Chapter 1565. In that instant, the air around them froze. Wu Yen stood face to face with Hinajiku and Mikoto, who are completely naked and blushing. Staring at each other, they didn't react for a long time. It's not that Wu Yen hasn't seen Chuju and Mikoto naked before, it's just that Wu Yen couldn't comprehend the surreal scene in front of him. Why are they naked? That's the only question in Wu Yan's mind. In this incomprehensible situation, Chuju and Mikoto were enraged. Their lips trembled and their bodies trembled. In the next second, the two girls raised their fists and punched towards Wu Yan's frozen face. "Didn't I tell you not to come over?" Wu Yan finally reacted when he heard the angry shouts. Looking at the two fists coming at his face, he tilted his head to the side and dodged while taking 2 steps back. "Who knew you two would be like this?" Looking at Chuju and Mikoto's embarrassed and angry faces, Wu Yan quickly shook his head. "What's going on? Why did you two come back naked after going out on the streets?" Wu Yan's voice got softer and softer as he spoke. His expression also stiffened slightly. Going out on the streets and coming back naked? Didn't he encounter the same thing just now? Being stripped naked by the Misaka sisters in the capital of alternate generations, could it be that Chuju and Mikoto encountered the same situation? Who knows what's wrong with those guys? Just as this question popped up in his mind, he raised his hand and Mikoto, who was covering her chest with an embarrassed and angry expression, yelled out. "We were getting along well at the beginning, but for some reason, she suddenly took out the things she was selling and said that she wanted to change into our clothes. And it's the kind that's forced to sell." Chuju also used her small arms. She covered her fair and delicate body. Her face was filled with disbelief. "They kept stuffing things into our bodies and took away our clothes without saying a word. What's wrong with those sisters all of a sudden?" Wu Yan laughed dryly. Although he didn't know what exactly happened. Based on Chuju and Mikoto's words, Wu Yan could roughly guess what happened. It's most likely what Misaka 10032 did to him, and through the Misaka network, all the Misaka sisters in the capital of alternate generations found out. The Misaka sisters followed suit and caused Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto to suffer the same fate. Listen up. Mikoto glared at Wu Yan and declared to Wu Yan with an unquestionable tone. "If you dare tell anyone about what you saw today, I'll electrocute you until you're like a frog. I'll chop you up too." Chuju's yellow-green eyes emitted a dangerous glow. "You won't die anyway, so I'll do what I say." After leaving behind these words, Chuju and Mikoto didn't even give Wu Yan time to reply. They turned around and ran back to their rooms without looking back. Looking at the two naked girls running back to their rooms, Wu Yan stood there speechless. Chuju and Mikoto probably won't be going out on the streets for a while, right? As for the rest of the girls who didn't know anything, if they ran into the streets of the capital of alternate generations without knowing anything, they'll probably be treated the same as us, right? It seems like the Misaka sisters in the capital of alternate generations will turn into dangerous species during this period of time. If we go out on the streets, we'll be stripped naked. That's why it's best if we don't go out on the streets for the time being. After making this decision, Wu Yan turned around and left behind his last words to end this chaos. "Speaking of which, why don't you just find a set of clothes from the shops around here? Is there a need to run back naked?" Wu Yan won't be able to find an answer to this question. Of course, there was no need for him to rack his brains over this matter. He was the only man in the entire capital of otherworldly beings. If the other girls wanted to run around naked, then let them. He would be the one taking advantage of them anyway. Tap, 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 tap. At this moment, outside the hall, a series of light footsteps sounded from afar. It entered Wu Yan's ears and attracted his attention. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the direction outside the hall. Not long after, his eyes lit up. With light footsteps, 2 young ladies walked in one after another and appeared in the hall. They're 2 extremely beautiful girls with extremely hot figures. The one walking in front has long blonde hair that reached her ankles. The ends of her hair were tied into 2 bundles with white ribbons, making her look like a girl with 2 ponytails. The girl was wearing a white blouse, but one of the buttons on her white blouse was pushed open by her voluptuous bosom, faintly revealing a trace of her fair skin. She was wearing a gray short skirt and a pair of brown high-heeled boots. It was a simple combination, but it made people sigh with admiration that no outfit could be more beautiful than this. Above the girl's ears that were hidden by her long blonde hair, there was a pair of feathered wings that added a bit of cuteness to her beauty. Behind the girl is another girl with long pink hair. Her long pink hair was tied into two thin bundles that draped down her back. The hair around her head only reached her shoulders, making it look like she had short hair. This girl also had a pair of accessories that matched her ears. She was wearing a pink spaghetti strap dress. Her smooth shoulders and a pair of white thighs were all exposed in the air. Her chest was also extremely protruding. It was so hot that it made people forget to leave. Astrea, level 82, Ikaros, level 83, like a million summons, two girls so beautiful that even the stars paled in comparison walked into Wu Yan's field of vision. Looking at the two beautiful figures that he had not seen for a long time, even Wu Yan could not help but be moved by their beauty. It was as if he was afraid that he would break this beauty. He did not make a sound and quietly admired this beauty that belonged only to him. At this moment, Ikaros and Astrea finally noticed Wu Yan standing not far away. They focused their attention on him. Then, one of them had an uncontrollable ripple in her eyes while the other cheered with joy. "Master!" Astrea leaned forward and stomped on the ground. She leaped forward and pounced on Wu Yan. "You idiot!" Wu Yan, who was still immersed in the sight of the two angelic beauties, was jolted awake by Astrea's bold and unrestrained manner. He cursed out loud when he saw her throwing herself at him with all four limbs off the ground. With Astrea's current state, if he didn't catch her, she would definitely fall to the ground. Wu Yan didn't care about anything else. He rushed to where Astrea landed and caught her in his arms. Ouch! For a moment, Wu Yan thought he heard something soft bouncing. Then, he felt an indescribable softness in front of him. From a bystander's point of view, Astrea, who threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace, is also pressing her protruding breasts against Wu Yan's body. They're squashed so hard that the soft flesh on the sides of her body almost burst out of her clothes. Wu Yan almost wavered from this indescribable softness. It took him a lot of effort to suppress it. He knocked Astrea's head hard. "You idiot! What if you fall?" "Ouch!" Astrea hugged her head and squatted on the ground. She complained with tears in her eyes. "Master is the idiot. You big idiot. You silly girl." Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Master!" Ikaros slowly walked up to Wu Yan. She stared at Wu Yan with her indigo-colored eyes. Her eyes were filled with a sense of attachment that no one could ever hope to match. "Ikaros!" Wu Yan's heart melted when he saw the girl who only had eyes for him. He reached out and rubbed Ikaros' head. "I missed you so much." Ikaros tightened her grip on her chest. The attachment in her eyes deepened. Chapter 1566. Soft sunlight poured down from the edge of the sky, sprinkling on every corner of the ground. A gentle breeze blew past, bringing with it the fragrance of the wild grass. On the green field, a patch of green sparkled under the sunlight, setting off the most vibrant color in the world. It was full of vitality, making the mood of those who saw it better. On this boundless field, there was a railroad that seemed to connect the two ends of the world, extending to both sides. It was like a long dragon, undulating in the field. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that this seemingly endless stretch of railway was extending towards a seemingly bustling city that occupied a large area. At a certain moment, on one end of the railway, a sharp and long whistle resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. Amidst the sharp and long whistle, a train dashed from the other end of the railway with black smoke rising into the sky. Amidst the rumbling sound of the tires, the train drove towards the bustling city, allowing the very modern city scene to be imprinted in the window. The fields on both sides of the road were moving backward at an extremely fast speed, left behind by the speeding train. Looking at the bustling city through the car window, one could faintly see grayish-white concrete buildings in the bustling city and cars running on the asphalt road. However, compared to the latest cars of the 21st century, These cars gave people a feeling that they were outdated. Not only cars, but also buildings. Although the entire city could indeed be described as bustling, the style would only give people a feeling of being a little backward. Even in many cities, some steam could be seen rising. Using steam? This already felt a little backward. Unfortunately, this backward era is actually a reflection of this world. The train unyieldingly moved in the direction of the city. In one of the carriages of the train, a man and 5 women were looking at the city through the window, chatting happily. Wow! The first to speak was a petite girl with a ponytail, a pair of round red eyes, and a very pretty and cute girl. What a refreshing city. This is the first time I've seen a city like this. I wonder if there's anything fun to do there? Is there an aquarium? Aquarium? You mean a place with a lot of fish? On the side, a blonde girl with a ponytail had her hands pressed against the car window. Her entire face was almost pressed against the glass. For some reason, she revealed a longing look. It sounds delicious. The ponytail girl puffed up her cheeks, dissatisfied. Listen up, Astriachan, the fish in the aquarium are not to be eaten, they are to be looked at. If you eat those fish, they will sue you and ask you to pay for it. Sigh. The blonde girl called Astria looked like a deflated balloon. She slumped down on her seat. I can only look but can't eat. This place is so boring. No matter where it is, the fish in the aquarium are not to be eaten. The ponytail girl put one hand on her waist, she raised her other hand and showed a finger. Astriachan, places where you can eat are called restaurants, places where you can sleep are called hotels, places where you can drink and party are called taverns. You can order food in these places but not in other places. Oh, I see. Astria nodded in realization. She shouted excitedly. Then, Nishichan, are there restaurants, hotels, and taverns in that place? Well, Nagisa and Astria sat by the window and pretended to be educating each other while Astria nodded with an expectant look. The rest of the people around them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You don't know anything about this world, you were just asking about aquariums. Wu Yen shook his head with a chuckle. I wonder why Nagisa has so much to say. Nejisha-chan is also happy to be able to come out. Sitting not far away from Nejisha, a young girl with shoulder-length silver hair appeared on her face. She looked like a tranquil saintess. She had a genuine smile on her face. Even though she was in a deep sleep when she was in teacher's body, Nejisha-chan, who loves excitement, still hopes to come out. Then, what about Canon? Wu Yen moved his head closer to Canon. Do you like to come out too? Actually, I can do anything. Canon smiled shyly and said in an embarrassed voice. As long as I can stay by teacher's side, when she was in your body, Xiao Nagisa was also in high spirits. At this moment, a petite girl sitting next to Canon, holding a black lace fan and wearing a white goth lowly outfit with a head full of long, straight black hair that was curled up like tornadoes at the ends of her hair. She was fanning herself with her eyes closed and said all of a sudden, After all, we vassal beasts are connected to your consciousness when we're in your body. We can even peek into your memories. Nagisa is very curious about your past. You mean? Wu Yen opened his mouth in shock. He asked with uncertainty. Nagisa, Canon, and Natsuki, did you all peek into my memories? You didn't say we can't peek into your memories. Natsuki opened one eye and glanced at Wu Yen. Also, when we first became your familiars, we didn't know anything about your past. It's necessary for us to learn more. Wu Yen looked at Nagisa and Canon. Nagisa was still chatting with Astria. She didn't seem to hear the conversation. Canon heard everything. She gave Wu Yen an embarrassed look and admitted it without saying a word. Fine. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Thank goodness I never did anything wrong. Perhaps. Natsuki closed her eyes again and waved the fan in her hand. Ikaros, have another cup of black tea. Ikaros looked at Wu Yen in a pleading manner. Astria and Wu Yen sat beside him with a tea set in their hands. How could you casually order around a comrade you've only met for the first time? Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened, but he still rubbed Ikaros' head. Ikaros, I'll have to trouble you to satisfy Natsuki, yes. Ikaros nodded without hesitation. She poured a cup of black tea and handed it to Natsuki. Natsuki took the black tea as if it was a matter of course. She took a small sip, and her doll-like face relaxed significantly. It's as good as always. It's worth it to be able to taste this kind of black tea whenever I want to become your familiar. You sure are cheap. Wu Yan complained. You're satisfied just because the black tea is good after becoming someone else's possession? Don't forget. Natsuki's blue eyes looked at Wu Yan coldly. Back then, when I became your familiar, you didn't even ask for my opinion. Instead, you forcefully turned me into someone else's thing as you said, this? Wu Yan choked. He didn't know what to say. Natsuki wasn't the only one. Nagisa and Kanon were in the same situation as well. Without any choice, the Yao Beast mark turned the girls into familiars and turned them into Wu Yan's familiars. It ignored the owner's wishes and turned them into his familiars. The demonic beast seal, that he still didn't fully understand, was such an extremely dangerous thing. Of course, even if it was very useful, the conditions to make it work were also very harsh. Not only did the user and the target have to be in a state similar to that of a vampire and a familiar, but the target's feelings for the user had to be at a certain level, and they had to be mentally compatible as well. Only when these two conditions are met will the Yao Beast mark come into effect. It will turn the target that is compatible with the user's body and mind into a familiar for Wu Yan to command. Due to these harsh conditions, the Yao Beast mark hasn't been activated since Wu Yan came out of the Bloodlust Rampage world. In fact, it would be a miracle if Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa were able to become Wu Yan's familiars. Chapter 1567. Wu, the long whistle of the train echoed clearly in the surroundings. The rumbling noises of the train gradually decreased, and the speed gradually decreased. The train drove into a dome-shaped station and stopped. Sizzle, steam rose from various parts of the train, making a sound like water being poured over a flame. At the same time, uniformed station guards came to the surroundings of the train and began to get busy. The doors of the train opened one by one, and the passengers disembarked with their luggage in the midst of the clamor and scattered around the station. Not long after, Wu Yan, Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa got off the train and went to the entrance of the station. However, compared to those who came from afar or came back from afar, this group of people also came from afar, but they didn't bring any luggage. Their hands were empty, and they didn't look like tourists who came to this city for the first time. Instead, they looked like they were here to pick someone up. The 6 of them stood at the entrance of the station and surveyed the city. This was a city surrounded by steam from top to bottom. The buildings around them were different from the skyscrapers and mansions they were familiar with. They leaned more towards the classical style of a church, and other sacred halls. On the streets, heavy cars that looked like they were popular in the 80s were moving at a speed that Wu Yan and the others thought was slow. There were also carriages that rumbled under the whips of people. The people wore formal clothes. There was no trace of casual wear. It felt like they were back in the past. Backward. This was the first impression Wu Yan, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa had of this city. They used to live in a high-tech world. For Ikaros and Astria, who used to live in Synapse, a place that was centuries ahead of modern society, a place where almost everything could be done with technology, this place was even more backward than they already were. However, in this city, there were scenes that couldn't be found in a normal world. Here, there were bodies with smooth surfaces. They glowed with a cold, steel-like luster. There were human-shaped objects that looked like they were made of iron. There were gears on some parts of them. They could be seen everywhere. There were people selling coffee in small shops along the street. There were people who walked awkwardly and comically. There were people who moved goods and worked slowly. There were also people who walked beside the pedestrians. There were people who helped them with their work. It was a scene that seemed a little inconceivable in this city. However, it was as if they were living a normal life, mingling in the streets. These humanoid objects were the most special existences in this world. Puppets. To be more precise, it should be called an automaton. It was a puppet that didn't rely on steam, electricity, light, or other energy sources to move. Instead, it relied on magic as the source of power to move. And this kind of automaton, which is different from ordinary people, is also the main combat method in this world. Finally, it feels real. Wu Yen mumbled to himself as he watched the scene of the man and the dolls living together. Smart girl, invincible world. Smart girl, invincible world. This was the dungeon world for the third phase of the demigod quest. This so-called mechanism was actually referring to the automaton. Speaking of the automaton, the root of the automaton is the magic circuit. It is a necessary part of the automaton. It is an invention that replaces magic rituals. The various conditions, complicated incantations, and magic arrays needed to activate magic were simplified to create a circuit that was installed in the body of an automaton. By injecting magic power into it and activating it, the automaton would be controlled and the magic would be performed through the automaton. This method of activating the magic circuit through the automaton is called smart magic. Through the cooperation between the automaton that was equipped with a magic circuit in its body and the puppeteer who controlled the automaton, it performed magic that was different from ordinary tedious and lengthy magic. It was a powerful magic that was unprecedentedly fast and precise. The automaton was created for this purpose. Because of the existence of smart magic, magicians can be freed from the cumbersome magic circles and lengthy incantations. They can borrow the power of the automaton to perform magic quickly. Today, smart magic has become a complete magic system. It is used as the most basic method for magicians to perform magic. It is used in all aspects, including war. Therefore, the necessary prop to perform clever magic, the automaton, became a magic prop that magicians had to equip themselves with. The magician who controls the automaton is called the puppeteer. The puppeteer and the automaton are the main theme of the smart girl, invincible world. The city Wu Yen and the girls are in is the British academic city known as the Smart City, Liverpool. In the center of the city, there is a school that exists for the purpose of smart. This school. It is Wu Yen and the girls' destination. After carefully observing the scenery of the city and the clumsy automaton, Wu Yen couldn't help but look at his wrist. Over there, a silver bracelet was being worn on it, limited bracelet. Similar to the time in the magical girl Ilia world, the path to demigod mission restricted Wu Yan's power. Not only Wu Yen, the two angelic girls who entered the dungeon world with Wu Yen and the familiars who were released after entering the dungeon world are all restricted by the limited bracelet. The suppression from the limited bracelet is even more severe than the one in the magical girl Ilia world. Ikaros, level 69. Astria, level 69. Ikaros and Astria's levels. They are both level 69. They are only at the peak of rank 7. Even vassal beasts like Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa were suppressed to level 69, the peak of rank 7. Their power dropped by God knows how many levels. That's not the worst part. The worst part is, Wu Yen is the worst. Character, Wu Yen equipment points, 111100 item points, 200000 ability points, 101000 summoning points, 131000 level 0. That's right, level 0. In other words, Wu Yan's current level is the same as a normal person's. Of course, level doesn't represent everything. Wu Yen can't be like a weak scholar just because his level is suppressed to 0. His combat power can't even be considered as trash. However, he is still down to 5. This was because not only was his level suppressed to 0, the powerful physical abilities he obtained from the body of the true ancestor were also suppressed to the point where he was no stronger than a normal person. His superpower is also restricted. He can use the spells in the 103,000 grimoires, but he is restricted to the same level as the magicians of this world. He has to chant long incantations and use complicated magic formations to cast them. Other than infinite armaments, the only thing Wu Yen isn't restricted is his boundless mana and true ancestors' immortal life force. However, with infinite armaments, Wu Yen is only strong in terms of technique. His physical strength is also restricted. He has techniques but no physical strength. He is still weak. According to the system, Wu Yen must be like the puppeteers in this world. His main combat method is to control his automaton. Kuros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa are Wu Yan's automat. Similar to Wu Yen, the 5 girls aren't just restricted by their levels. Like the automaton of this world, they need to rely on their master's mana to activate their magic circuits, perform their magic, and engage in combat. Of course, the girls don't have any magic circuits. However, if they were to participate in a battle, they would need Wu Yan's mana to execute their moves. In other words, without Wu Yan's mana, the girls are no different from normal humans. They can't fight at all. This is why the restrictions in this world are so severe. That's why Wu Yen released Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa while bringing Ikaros and Astria with him. He's afraid that Ikaros and Astria won't be able to hold their own against a strong foe under such circumstances. Chapter 1568. Currently, all of the spells in the 103,000 grimoires were restricted by the bracelet, requiring complicated magic circles and lengthy incantations to be used. It was impossible for them to be used in a real battle. Their superpowers and physical abilities that came from the true ancestor were directly suppressed, and they could not even use them. Wu Yen couldn't even use his red jade mode and familiars. Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa were released because Wu Yen released them the moment he arrived in this world. However, the 3 girls were also restricted by the bracelet. To put it simply, other than infinite arms refinement, all of Wu Yan's other means of combat are restricted. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan's combat power with infinite arms refinement is only equivalent to that of a Tier 4 or 5 fighter. He can reach Tier 6 with his mana boost, but that's about it. Fortunately, there were no restrictions on the items. Wu Yen could still use the Gate of Babylon, Shana, Meteor Shower, and the other treasures in the Gate of Babylon. With these, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to go against an ordinary automaton. It shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat a weaker automaton. However, it would not work for the more powerful automaton. That's why, when it comes to high-level battles, Wu Yen still has to rely on the girls who are limited to his automaton and let them do the dirty work. One has to say, with these restrictions in place, Wu Yen can be considered a half-baked puppeteer. Why half-baked puppeteer? It was very simple. A true puppeteer needed to have a certain degree of control over their automaton, and the level of use of clever magic would directly affect the combat power of the automaton. Wu Yen didn't know any of these. How could he control his automaton to a certain extent? Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa could all fight on their own. There was no need for Wu Yen to control them. Mastery of magic? Wu Yen hadn't even touched a real automaton before. He didn't even try to control a normal automaton. This was his first time coming to a world where the automaton girls couldn't get hurt. He didn't know anything other than the theory behind the automaton magic. What kind of level was that? Therefore, as a puppeteer, Wu Yen didn't have any other skills other than infusing his automatons with mana so that they could fight. It could be said that he was completely unqualified. Because of this, Wu Yen decided to come to this mecha city. Other than completing the 3rd phase of the demigod quest, Wu Yen is also interested in the fighting style of a real puppeteer. He wants to learn how to control puppets and how to use them in magic. How interesting! While Wu Yen was observing the city, the girls were doing the same. Nagisa's red eyes were glowing. It's just as Sensei said, there are a lot of automatons that can move around. They are just like the automatons on Itagami Island. Why aren't they armed? Doesn't an automaton have to fight as well? Automatons that can fight only have built-in magic circuits and magic. These automatons only have basic functions that allow them to move around. Wu Yen patted Nagisa's head. If the streets were filled with automatons that can fight, this place would be in chaos. Automatons that can use magic aren't something those metal lumps on Itagami Island can compare to. Natsuki raised her parasol with one hand and placed the other on her waist. Looks like this world is more interesting than I thought. I wonder how powerful the automatons are. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I really want to know how powerful I am right now. If we're talking about automatons, I'm sure you're the worst. Natsuki didn't hold back. If we're talking about automatons, I'm still waiting to see how powerful they are. Why don't you just tell me you don't know how powerful you are in this world? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Well, it's only a matter of time before I find out. Hey, master. Astria held her stomach and looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. I'm hungry. Fine. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then let's go to the academy first and settle the matter before we talk about it? Yes. Astria and Nagisa beamed with joy. Ikaros and Kanon nodded. The lively and cheerful duo attracted a lot of attention. As for Natsuki, she was neither quiet nor moving. She was neither lively nor cheerful, but she was neither quiet nor beautiful. She was somewhere in between, and one could only say that she was very delicate and cute. Under Wu Yan's lead, the group passed through the streets filled with people and dolls. They headed towards the center of the city that is filled with steam. Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Located in the heart of Liverpool, the ingenious city, it was a world-renowned ingenious academy known as the greatest academy in the magic world. It was like a palace, standing in the center of the city. It occupied a vast area, and its scale was so large that it reminded people of a real palace. Its architectural style reminded people of the Buckingham Palace. From the front, the Walpurgis Royal School of Mechanics looked like an awe-inspiring royal palace. The walls were like the walls of a castle. They were about 5 meters tall and there were some stone spikes at the top. If one were to look carefully, they would discover that there were some black muzzles on the academy's gate. These guns aren't for decoration, they're loaded with real bullets. That said, their purpose was not to defend against external enemies. Instead, they were used to stop those who were trying to escape. This so-called fugitive didn't refer to any prisoners locked up in the academy, but the automaton of the students in the academy. The Walpurgis Wang Li Robotics Academy had a clear rule that any student who had not graduated from the academy would not be allowed to leave the academy with their automaton while they were still in school. As for the automaton, carried by the students in the school, if they left the school without permission during the school period, they would be mercilessly sniped by these pitch-black gun muzzles. For the puppeteer, it was an academy, but for the automaton, it was a prison. So big. Astria and Nagisa's jaws dropped as they looked at the unbreakable fortress in front of them. Is everything ready? Standing in the middle of the group of girls, Wu Yan glanced at them. After entering this academy, you won't be able to come out for a short period of time. Nagisa grumbled unhappily. Nagisa wants to explore the city. Can't an automaton leave the academy as it pleases? Natsuki raised her head and looked at the pitch-black muzzles on top of the castle-like academy. She pursed her lips. It's meaningless to me. Wu Yan paused for a moment before he shrugged as if he recalled something. I almost forgot that you're the famous witch of space. You're the best at manipulating space. This wall and those guns are nothing to you at all. Sensei Minamiya. Nagisa hugged Natsuki's arm and said with a hopeful expression. If you have the time, you have to bring me out to play. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Chapter 1569. The Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was publicly recognized as the best academy in the magic world. It was at the top of the ivory tower in this era where magic tricks were prevalent. Of course, such a high-end academy would have a very high threshold. To others, the entry requirements were already harsh to the point of being harsh. It was fine for those who had excellent academic ability and were rich, as long as they paid a fee that satisfied the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, they would be able to enroll. However, for those who had excellent academic ability but did not have any financial backing, it was a difficult situation. Although it was a little realistic, the entrance fee of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy was shockingly high. It was impossible for an ordinary family to pay this fee. Only those nobles and powerful forces could afford this fee. Therefore, if those without much wealth wanted to enter the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, they could only go out and find sponsors who could pay for their tuition. For example, the military, the corporations, the churches, the corporate alliances of various countries. These existences were very willing to be the financial support for excellent puppet users. After all, a powerful puppet user could bring about combat power. It was comparable to a small army. Therefore, in this world, almost every country's military would do their best to find those outstanding puppeteers. Cultivating puppeteers had also become the most important thing for every country. Under such circumstances, it was definitely worth it to spend a bit of money to get an excellent puppet user to join his side. Of course, if one wanted the military, corporations, churches, and corporate alliances of various countries to provide financial support for an unrelated person, the puppet user would have to show the corresponding ability. In other words, if one did not have the ability to impress these sponsors, one would not be able to enter the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. One could only rely on one's own ability to pay for the expensive tuition. In terms of ability to be a puppet user, Wu Yen was very bad. Very bad. Regardless of whether it was theoretical knowledge or actual combat control of the automaton, it was a skill that could be used to control the automaton. The method and experience of performing magic tricks. Wu Yen could be said to have none at all. If he had to find a sponsor to provide him with financial support. If he didn't take into account Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and the others, Wu Yen wouldn't have been able to pull this off. However, unfortunately, Wu Yen isn't someone who's short on money. Sorry. Wu Yen smashed a bag filled with at least 100 gold coins on the table in front of him and said with a smile on his face. The staff member of Walpurgis Wang Li Academy had a dumbfounded expression on his face. Wu Yen smashed a bag full of gold coins on the table in front of him. I want to enroll. Enter the school? The staff member couldn't react in time for a long time. When he came back to his senses, he quickly adjusted his glasses to cover up his gaffe. It couldn't be helped. Although it wasn't like no one had come to the Walpurgis Wang Li Academy to enroll in the past, those students were only here to sign up. They wouldn't bring any tuition fees with them. The tuition fees of the Walpurgis Wang Li School of Engineering are too expensive. If you use paper money, you would need to fill up at least 2 large boxes. It's unrealistic to carry money around with you. Therefore, generally speaking, when a student was admitted, the faction behind the student or the sponsor behind the student would first pay the tuition fee in advance. Then, the student would bring their personal information to report and apply for admission. Wu Yen came to the registration counter and applied for admission with a bunch of gold coins. This is the first time in the history of the Walpurgis Wang Li School of Engineering. No wonder the staff member was dumbfounded. After lifting the heavy bag and putting it aside, the staff member respectfully handed Wu Yen an application form. Please fill in your personal information here. Wu Yen nodded slightly, but when he saw one of the lines on the application form, he frowned. Do I still need to fill in the information of my automaton as well? Yes. The staff member pushed up his glasses and answered. This is because once you enter the school, your automaton will not be able to leave the campus until you graduate. We need to have the information of your automaton so that we can identify it easily. In other words, we have to register the person we need to monitor. It's like applying to enter a prison, isn't it? Wu Yen took a deep look at the staff member before turning around to the girls behind him. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen and she nodded nonchalantly. As the representative of the girls, she agreed to this arrangement. All right. Wu Yen shrugged and tapped his cheek with a pen. He rolled his eyes and started to fill in his automaton information. Automaton, Natsuki Minamiya, magic circuit, space manipulation, able to manipulate space as one pleases. Automaton cross, magic circuit, wave barrier, able to create a barrier by vibrating the atmosphere. Automaton Agurola, magic circuit, freezing cold fog, the ability to generate cold air on its own, condense cold ice and control cold air and ice. Hanes Natsuen, magic circuit, boost healing. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed in a short period of time, allowing the target to return to their full state. Umatan, Astria, magic circuit, particle sword. Controls particles to form a laser lightsaber. You can freely control the changes of particles, enlarging or shrinking the laser lightsaber. After filling up the form, Wu Yen ignored the weird looks from the girls behind him and handed the form to the staff member with a nonchalant expression. Is this good enough? Yes, sir. After the staff member glanced at it slightly, he put the form in his hand into an envelope and sealed it. Automaton is related to the combat power of the puppeteer. We will only show your form to the guards at the entrance, we will not show it to anyone else. Don't worry, the staff member handed a key to Wu Yen. Tomorrow we will have an academic test. After participating in the test, the invigilator will arrange your ranking and dormitory in the academy according to your results. Before that, please go to the guest courtyard and make do for the night. Got it? Wu Yen accepted the key and turned around to look at the girls. Let's go. Leaving those words behind, Wu Yen led the girls away from the scene under the watchful eyes of the staff members. Sensei. On a certain street in the academy, Nagisa complained as she followed Wu Yan's footsteps. Why did you write Agrora's name when you filled in the form? Nagisa was supposed to be by your side too, wasn't she? But you're not good at fighting, are you? Wu Yen flicked Nagisa's head. When it's time to fight, Agrora will still have to fight. That's true. Nagisa clutched her head and muttered, unable to let go of the memory. In the end, only Nagisa was left out. I'm not happy about it. Nagisa is Agrora. Agrora is Nagisa. Wu Yen rubbed Nagisa's head. If you separate from Agrora so clearly, that girl will be sad. Nagisa's expression changed for the better when she heard this. You're right, Nagisa and Agrora are one. Speaking of which, I can't believe you came up with so many magic circuits. Natsuki shook her head. If that's the case, we can't use abilities other than the ones you submitted, right? It's just a cover. Wu Yen shrugged. When it's necessary, don't be shy. Ouch! Before the word angry could be uttered, a cry of pain entered everyone's ears. Chapter 1570. Ouch! At the same time, Nagisa, who was walking backwards in front of Wu Yen, also cried out and fell to the ground. That was because one of them collided with Nagisa, who was walking backwards. Ah! Nagisa's cry and the other person's cry of pain sounded at the same time. Immediately after, the two of them were pushed to the side by the force of the collision. Nagisa! Seeing Nagisa falling towards him, Wu Yen quickly caught her in his arms. Peng! However, the other person wasn't so lucky. He sat on the ground with a loud thud. It hurts. Suddenly, a painful groan reverberated from the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Wu Yen and Ko saw a girl with slightly dull but extremely beautiful blonde hair that reached her waist sitting on the ground. Wu Yen and Ko caught sight of her. It was a girl who seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. Her figure couldn't be considered petite, but it wasn't voluptuous either. It could only be said that her proportions were very balanced. The girl was wearing the uniform of the Walpurgis Wang Li Machine Learning Academy. She was wearing a white shirt with a black vest that revealed her chest and a gray skirt. He was wearing high boots, a blue beret with red ribbons on his head, and a blue necktie that looked like a scarf. It seemed like he was a senior student of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. Her upright appearance, coupled with her long golden hair that fluttered in the wind, made the girl look like a fairy. Her entire body was blooming with a dazzling and seductive light. Without a doubt, this was a beautiful girl. However, at this moment, this beautiful young girl had a pained expression on her face. She was stroking her little but with one hand, making her seductive beauty look a little weak. It was obvious. This girl, she had collided with Nagisa, the one who cried out in pain. I'm sorry. Nagisa, who fell into Wu Yan's arms, seemed to have thought of this. She ran to the girl in a panic. It's all my fault. I didn't look ahead. I was walking backwards. I'm really sorry. You. The girl raised her head and looked at Nagisa with obvious displeasure. She wanted to reprimand her, but when she saw the tears in Nagisa's eyes, she closed her mouth and turned her head away. Forget it. Are you all right? At this moment, a deep voice that sounded like the voice of an old sage came from the girl's side. Wu Yen and the rest noticed a dragon flying in the air beside the girl. It was a dragon. Other than dragon, there was no other adjective that could be used to describe this animal that was flying beside the girl. Its entire body was as cold as steel, and its head was like that of a crocodile or a lizard. There was a pair of sharp horns at the top of its head, but its face was not so ferocious. Instead, it looked somewhat noble and dignified. There were 2 pairs of wings on its back, which were stacked on top of each other. Its shape was not like that of an ordinary dragon, which had fleshy wings. Instead, it had butterfly-like wings, which made this dragon look more delicate than ferocious. Unfortunately, such an exquisite dragon was only the size of an ordinary cat. It was like a toy doll that could fly. It was extremely eye-catching. Whoa! Nagisa's red eyes lit up when she saw the dragon. So cute. See you cute? The dragon with the voice of an old sage stiffened slightly. Perhaps this was the first time it was praised as cute? Don't compare my Sigmund to those dolls that can be associated with cute. The girl glared at Nagisa. Nagisa shrunk her neck and hid behind Wu Yen. This seemingly beautiful girl in front of him didn't seem to have a good temper. Hey! Astria stood up for Nagisa and yelled. Don't you dare bully Sister Nagisa. Sister? The girl looked at the petite Nagisa with a strange expression. Then, she looked at Astria with a pair of voluptuous breasts that almost burst out of her clothes. She looked at Nagisa with pity. No matter if you look at it from side to side, up to left or right, Astria should be the older sister, right? Unfortunately, Astria was an idiot. Basically, anyone with a higher IQ than Astria could be her elder sister. For Astria, the talkative Nagisa was like an elder sister to her. That was why Astria kept calling Nagisa her elder sister. Nagisa was happy to hear that and naturally became Astria's elder sister. The oblivious girl pushed herself up from the ground and glared at Astria with a displeased expression. Get this straight, she's the one who knocked me down. But Sister Nagisa already apologized, didn't she? Astria glared at the girl angrily. You're bullying her by yelling at her. I am bullying her. What do you want? The girl got angry too. She looked at the group and mocked. You look like freshmen, what's wrong? Did they think that they would have more confidence just because they had more people? Ugh! Astria screamed in anger. There won't be more people. I can handle this alone. The girl's sapphire-like eyes turned cold. She raised her hand and the little dragon named Sigmund flew up and stood on top of her. Are you trying to challenge me to a duel? Astria. Just as Astria was about to take advantage of her anger to make the situation worse, Wu Yen spoke up. Come back, Master. Astria glanced at Wu Yen and backed away unwillingly. Master? The girl didn't notice Wu Yen until now. She looked at Wu Yen with a surprised expression. She asked Astria with a doubtful look on her face. You called him Master? Could it be that you're his automaton? What's an automaton? Astria tilted her head, a question mark floated above her head. I'm Master's all-purpose combat. Before Astria could finish her sentence, Wu Yen covered her mouth and stopped her from speaking further. She's my automaton. Wu Yen grinned at the girl without batting an eyelid. It's not just her. The person who bumped into you, as well as the rest of the people here, are all my automatons. They're all your automatons? The girl froze on the spot. Whether it was Nagisa, Astria, Ikaros, Natsuki, Kanon, or the others, they all looked like real humans. In this city that was known as the Smart City, there were many automatons. It was not that the girl had never seen humanoid automatons before, but automatons that were as lifelike as the 5 girls in front of her were rare. After all, to most people, the impression of an automaton was still a mechanical form with gears and steel exposed to the outside. The girl has seen a lot of things, but she has never seen an automaton as lifelike as this one. It was also the first time the girl couldn't recognize the automaton. It's all because of your automaton. After mumbling like she was sleep-talking, the girl glanced at Natsuki and the other girls. You actually brought 5 automatons with you? Don't tell me that you can control 5 automatons to fight at once? Who knows? Woo-yen shrugged. That's what I'm talking about. Woo-yen shrugged. By the way, can you bring me to the Academy's guest room? Huh? Chapter 1571. In the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy campus, there is a street that runs through the north and south of the Academy. This large street is the main street of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Not only does it connect the north and south of the Academy, it also connects to the various classrooms, dormitories, and cafeterias. Therefore, once it was time for lunch break, this main street would be packed to the brim with students who wanted to go to various places in the Academy, and it would be extraordinarily lively. Fortunately, it is not time for lunch break and the busy time has passed. The sky is slightly yellow and night is about to fall. At this time, the students should be in their dormitories, right? Even so, there are still a few scattered people on the main street. This small group of people was now making way for the main street in a panic. They gathered on both sides of the main street and looked ahead with fear in their eyes. In their field of vision, a young girl with flowing blonde hair and a delicate little dragon on her beret is slowly walking over with a boy and 5 girls. With the arrival of the young lady, the people on the main street all split into 2 halves, making way for her. Their gazes towards the young lady were filled with fear and dread, as if they were not looking at a human, but a demon. They were almost trembling. Of course, under these circumstances, the gazes of the surrounding students turned strange and curious as they looked at the 5 women following behind the young girl. Who are those people? They are not wearing the academy uniform. Are they new students? What guts? He actually dares to follow behind that tyrant Rex. Whispers began to spread from the surroundings and into the ears of Woo-yen and company. Hearing the whispers, Woo-yen and Natsuki, who was walking behind the girl, looked at each other. One of them found it funny and the other surprised. Then, as if he had casually brought it up, he looked around the topic and started talking about it. You seem to be quite famous in this academy. That is why you dare to ask me to lead the way for you. I really don't understand. The girl didn't turn her head and looked away. She glanced at Woo-yen and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will cut you into pieces?" Cut me into pieces? Woo-yen raised an eyebrow. Looks like not only are you famous, you are also very confident in your own strength. You just entered the academy. You don't even know who I am. Yet you dare to touch me. Your confidence is the one that's surprising and funny at the same time. The girl bluntly spat out harsh words. Her tone was also filled with displeasure. Do you really think that you're a powerhouse just because you have 5 automatons? According to the performance of the automaton and the strength of the magic circuit, the difference in strength between 2 automaton and the automaton was very obvious. However, ingenious magic was through the automaton controlled by the puppeteer to fight. No matter how outstanding the performance of an automaton was, no matter how powerful the magic circuit was, if the puppeteer was not good enough, the combat power that the automaton could unleash would be very limited. In this academy, it was not that there were no powerful automatons, but because the puppeteer was not good enough, there were many situations where they were covered in dust. Therefore, each country paid more attention to the puppeteer instead of developing a more powerful automaton. The girl didn't know the performance of Woo-yen's automaton and what the magic circuit was. But the girl was a little concerned about the ability of Woo-yen's puppeteer. Automaton relied on the magic power provided by the puppeteer to survive. Without the magic provided by the puppeteer, the automaton was just a piece of trash no matter how powerful it was. The more powerful the automaton was, the higher the magic required and the puppeteer's control skills were required. And of course, even if the automaton wasn't that powerful, once the number of automatons increased, the magic required and the puppeteer's control skills would be higher as well. Because of this, a puppeteer would normally only be equipped with a single automaton. They would invest all of their mana and manipulation skills into the automaton, fully unleashing the power of the automaton. In this way, even if there was surplus magic, the automaton's combat time could be effectively extended. Those who were equipped with multiple automatons at the same time either had incomparably powerful magic and control skills that could unleash the full power of multiple automatons. Or they were an idiot. After all, controlling multiple automatons meant that one had to provide magic evenly to every automaton and they had to split their attention to control them. The difficulty wasn't as simple as 1 plus 1. If one didn't provide enough magic to the automaton and didn't have powerful control skills to control the automaton, in the end, not only would the combat time be very short, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of each automaton. What was such a person if not an idiot? What the girl was concerned about was whether the freshman before her was a truly powerful puppeteer. Or an idiot. The girl would never have thought that Wu Yan's automaton could fight on its own without him controlling it. Therefore, as a puppeteer, Wu Yan's mastery of magic was extremely bad. He was even worse than a newbie. As for magic, Wu Yan didn't have much but magic. Not to mention an automaton, he had more than enough magic power to provide an army's automaton with magic power. Only I know if I'm strong or not. Wu Yan's lips curled up in response to the girl's sarcastic but probing words. As for whether my automaton is strong or not, I'm the only one who knows. The girl paused for a moment before she snorted and continued walking. No matter what, you better not piss me off. Otherwise, I don't care if you and your automaton are strong or not, I will not hesitate to chop you into pieces. Nagisa and Astria showed obvious dissatisfaction when they heard the girl's words. Kanon consoled them by pulling their hands. Only Natsuki and Ikaros remained expressionless. They looked like real automatons who followed their master's orders. Not long after, a rather luxurious courtyard appeared in front of the group. That's where the academy's guests are staying. The girl stopped and waved her hand at Wu Yan like she was swatting a fly. There are many rooms inside, but the room number is engraved on your key. Go find it yourself. After saying that, the girl turned around and walked in another direction with the little dragon on her head. That little girl, although her mouth was merciless, in the end, she still brought us here. Only then did Nayu lazily open her mouth. Surprisingly, she's a nice brat, she's just a little clumsy, yeah? Wu Yan looked at the girl's back and after a while, he yelled out. What's your name? The girl stopped and stood there for a long time without responding. After a while, she turned around with a provocative yet joyful smile on her face. Charlotte? Birao. Don't forget the name that might chop you into pieces. After saying that, the young girl left without looking back. Chapter 1572. The Valpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was the best academy in the magic world. Usually, guests from all over the world would come to the academy as a guest, which was a common occurrence. For the sake of these guests who came from afar, there was a courtyard within the Valpurgis Royal Tactical Academy that was specially used to entertain these guests and allow them to stay in it. The courtyard took up more space than the average dormitory and was mainly divided into 3 floors. The first floor was for the ordinary guests to live in. The second floor was for the distinguished guests from all over the world to live in. On the third floor, there were luxurious suites for the royal family and the nobles, as well as those who had extraordinary statuses and great backgrounds. Students like Wu Yan who came to register but hadn't been assigned a dormitory would sometimes be arranged to live in this courtyard for a period of time. Naturally, Wu Yan had no affinity with the luxurious suites provided to the royal family, the aristocrats, 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 and the like. Before tomorrow's test, Wu Yan would live in the dormitory on the first floor of the courtyard. Although it was called a dormitory, the courtyard that was specially used to entertain guests naturally couldn't be shabby. Therefore, when Wu Yan used the key to open the door. When they entered the dormitory, what appeared in front of the group of 6 was a room that was very different from an ordinary dormitory. The area was about the size of 2 or 3 rooms of an ordinary dormitory, with a built-in bed that was enough to lie down 3 people. There was a round table in the middle, and the surrounding walls were full of decorations, including potted plants, vases, and counters. There was a window at the front, and outside the window, there was a small open platform. The platform was planted with flower beds, and when the breeze blew, it could clearly bring a fragrance. The whole room was filled with a fragrance. It made people feel refreshed. For the level of the dormitory, it was quite luxurious. This kind of environment couldn't be said to be too good, but it definitely couldn't be said to be bad. At least, even Natsuki, who was quite demanding in all aspects, eased her delicate doll-like face when she saw this dormitory. Thinking about it, he was quite satisfied. Oh my! Nagisa and Astria cheered. They jumped onto the soft bed in the dorm and dove right into it. With a face full of happiness, she rubbed against the quilt. So comfortable, master? Ikaros followed closely behind Wu Yen. She took out a tea set and made a cup of black tea. Please have some tea, thank you, Ikaros. Wu Yen ruffles Ikaros's hair. Under Ikaros's joyful gaze, he picks up the teacup and takes a sip. Minamiya-sensei. Kanon poured a cup of black tea and handed it to Natsuki. Please have some tea too, thank you, Kanon. Natsuki thanked her and took the teacup. She fanned herself with a lace fan while sipping her tea. She spoke casually. Now that we've arrived at Ingenious City and the admission procedures have been completed, your path to demigod mission should begin, right? Wu Yen, who sat across from Natsuki, paused. He placed the teacup on the table and shook his head. No, I have to wait until I'm officially enrolled in the school and can participate in the classes of the Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy if I want to proceed with the 3rd round of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yen waved his hand in the air. Instantly, a list that no one other than Wu Yen and the girls could see appeared on the screen. Wu Yen clicked on the Demigod Path and the details of the 3rd phase of the Demigod Path quest appeared on the screen. Special Mission, Path to Demigod Mission Phase. 3rd Phase Mission World. Ingenious Girl Won't Get Hurt. Mission Details. Obtain the Magic Circuit, Eve's Heart X10000000. Beep. This is the Path to Demigod Special Mission. The original mission has been cancelled. Only after completing the 3rd phase of the Path to Demigod mission can the user choose to leave the dungeon. Reminder, the time ratio between the real world and the dungeon world is 100. 1. The user can train in the dungeon without any worries. Have a good time. The so-called automaton referred to those puppets that were equipped with magic circuits in their bodies, allowing the puppeteer who controlled the automaton to inject magic power into them to activate the magic circuits and perform magic quickly. In this world, a magic circuit represented a magic trick. A magic circuit was a ritual substitute for magic. In short, it was like a lamp. Inject electricity into the lamp and it would glow. Inject mana into the circuit and the magic trick would be automatically generated. The puppeteer would then be able to control the automaton and perform the magic trick quickly. However, according to the basic principles of ingenious physics, it was impossible for a single person to have 2 types of magic tricks. This principle was called the principle of incompatibility of magic activity. It was because of this principle that, in general, an automaton could only be equipped with 1 type of magic circuit and perform 1 type of magic trick. In other words, if a magic circuit was installed in the body of an automaton, then this automaton was equivalent to being finalized. In the future, it could only use the magic generated by this magic circuit. However, there was a magic circuit that was special. Eve's Heart. That was the magic circuit that represented life. The reason why the automaton used by the puppeteers had a personality and intelligence was because of the magic circuit of Eve's Heart. Therefore, every automaton was equipped with a magic circuit that represented life and wisdom, Eve's Heart. Only Eve's Heart could be an exception that did not abide by the principle of incompatibility of magic activity and coexisted with another magic circuit that could perform magic tricks in the automaton's body. Because Eve's Heart could bring true life to an automaton, Eve's Heart was like a human's heart, It was the foundation of all automatons. If an automaton was injured, it could be repaired through various channels. However, once Eve's heart was damaged, then the automaton would never be able to recover and could only be abandoned. The target item of Wu Yan's third round of the Demigod Path mission was this magic circuit that could bring life, Eve's heart. On top of that, there were 1 million Eve's hearts. In other words, if Wu Yan wanted to complete his third round of the Demigod Path mission, he had to kill a total of 1 million automaton and obtain their hearts. This was not a joke. Eve's heart was the life of an automaton. With it, the automaton could move freely like a human. Killing 1 million automatons? What was the difference between that and killing 1 million humans? Besides, it was impossible for others to ignore the fact that he had killed so many automatons. It would definitely cause all kinds of trouble. Therefore, after much consideration, Wu Yan decided to study at the Walpurgis Academy. It was all for the sake of learning how to create the magic circuit Eve's heart from here. If he could learn the technique to create Eve's heart, then Wu Yan could create 1 million Eve's hearts by himself. He would not need to spend so much effort to kill 1 million automaton. Eve's heart was the foundation for the creation of an automaton. There must be a way to create it in the academy. Chapter 1573. In fact, compared to the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, the highest academy in the magical world, those mechanical workshops that specialized in the production, research, and development of magic circuits and automaton would definitely have the manufacturing method of Eve's heart. Although Eve's heart was a magic circuit that could bring life, it was also the foundation of automaton. It was the most common magic circuit. In terms of price, Eve's heart was cheaper than any other magic circuit. Therefore, if he could sneak into a workshop, it shouldn't be too difficult to come into contact with Eve's heart and obtain its manufacturing method. On the other hand, the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy not only required expensive tuition fees, there were also all kinds of disputes. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't be involved in any troublesome matters. As a choice, it was undoubtedly not suitable. But Wu Yan still chose to come to the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy to obtain the method to create Eve's heart. Not for other reasons, but because the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy was the stage where the original plot unfolded in the world of Smart Girl Will Not Get Hurt. Although there would be a lot of trouble and disputes here, the advantage was that Wu Yan at least knew about the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy and also knew about some of the inside stories here, including the original plot. Compared to those workshops that he was unfamiliar with, the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy was more suitable for Wu Yan to move around. Besides, the tuition fees that were extremely expensive in the eyes of others were just something that Wu Yan could casually throw away. He didn't feel any heartache or even care about it. Therefore, choosing the Walpurgis Wang Liji Academy was a good choice in many aspects. A magic circuit that can bring life. A hint of interest appeared on Natsuki's delicate face. What kind of magic is it? Although magic that can bring life and intelligence to an existence like automaton is high-end, it's not that rare. Wu Yan put away the system list. He shrugged his shoulders. Compared to being able to truly create life, it's better to be able to do so. Or rather, those human magic tricks, Eve's heart, is only at the magical level. Only someone like you, who has an endless supply of spells, can say something like that? Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan. At least, back on Itagami Island, I've never heard of any magic that could bring life and intelligence to a puppet. But Itagami Island also has artificial life forms and clones, right? Wu Yan scratched his cheek. Things that magic can't do. However, technology could easily achieve this. Wasn't there an existence like artificial intelligence? Automaton is a life form similar to artificial intelligence with a body, isn't it? Let's not talk about clones for now. Artificial life forms are demons. Na Yu smacked Wu Yan's head with her fan. To think that you used to be an offensive mage on Itagami Island. Did he even forget about this? Ah. Wu Yan rubbed his head and laughed dryly. Then, he recalled something and looked at Nagisa. Speaking of demons, Nagisa, the automaton shouldn't trigger your fear of demons, right? It's fine, it's fine. Nagisa was lying on the soft bed with her chin resting on her hands. Her little feet were propped up and swinging back and forth. Her adorable eyes were bright as she spoke in a cheerful tone. Nagisa still doesn't understand what an automaton is. Strictly speaking, it's just a puppet that can move on its own, right? That's right, then it's fine. It's just a puppet, Nagisa isn't afraid of it. Plus, Nagisa suddenly pounced on Astria. Astria is also an artificial angel. Nagisa isn't afraid of it. I'm not an artificial angel. Astria pinched Nagisa's cheeks and said angrily. She's an omnipotent angel. It's the same, it's the same. It's not the same. Neijishine-chan is an idiot. Ikaros, Wu Yen, Natsuki, and Kanon laughed helplessly as they watched Nagisa and Astria tussle on the bed. It doesn't matter if we understood automaton or not. Now that the system has imposed restrictions on us, other than suppressing our strength, it's going to make us the same as an automaton, right? Natsuki raised her hand that was wearing the limited bracelet and glanced at it. During battle, I have to rely on the puppet user to provide me with mana. Every method of battle consumes mana. Even some of the bigger movements require mana to support them. I've really become restricted in every aspect. Upon hearing this, many girls looked at the limited bracelet on their wrists. It's just as Natsuki said. Now, every girl present could feel that they couldn't use the various combat abilities that they were supposed to have. It's not that they can't fight anymore, they're like a car that ran out of gas. They can only use their combat abilities after the gas is refilled. Wu Yan's mana is the fuel that allows the girls to use their combat abilities. Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa's restrictions are even more severe. The three girls aren't limited to Wu Yan's automaton. They are also Wu Yan's familiars. They need mana to maintain their existence in this world. If Wu Yan didn't inject mana into them, they would have returned to Wu Yan's body a long time ago. It's a good thing Wu Yan is the one providing the mana. If it was anyone else, just keeping the three girls alive would be a huge burden, not to mention providing them with the mana they need to fight. Even though you guys are limited to automaton, you guys still have elements that other automatons don't have. Wu Yan shook his head as he reminded them. An automaton can only carry one magic circuit and perform one magic trick other than Eve's heart, but you don't have such a restriction. In other words, if we display more than two abilities, we might arouse suspicion and cause trouble, right? Natsuki hit the nail on the head and pointed out the drawbacks. In order to avoid trouble, it's better for us to fight according to the magic circuit recorded in the information you presented to the Academy. That's true. Wu Yan nodded and looked at Natsuki. In that case, Natsuki, the magic circuit you recorded is space manipulation. In the future, you can just use your space manipulation magic. You can hide your guardian for now. The lock of discipline is a weapon, it's not part of the scope. Natsuki nodded. I'll just hide my guardian. My magic circuit is healing boost. Kanon said calmly. I'll be in charge of healing from now on. I won't be using the power of purification. My magic circuit is freezing mist. It can control ice and cold air. Nagisa replied. I'll talk to Agrora and tell her not to reveal the true form of the Enchantress of Azure Ice in battle. Aye. Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa responded. Astria racked her brain to recall the magic circuit she recorded in her notes. She looked at Wu Yan with a pleading look. Astria's magic circuit is particle sword. It can control the size of a vibrating lightsaber. Wu Yan chuckled. That's why, Astria, you should hide your shield when you fight from now on. Wu Yan looked at Ikaros, who has been by his side since the beginning. Ikaros's magic circuit is the wave barrier, the ability to form a protective barrier. From now on, Ikaros, you only need to use Aegis to protect Kanon and me. Protect, Master? Ikaros's indigo eyes flashed with a sharp light. Just like that, Wu Yan's battle team was formed. Chapter 1574. The next morning, wake up. Teacher. Wake up. Master. It's morning, In a daze, Wu Yen heard two indistinct but strangely familiar voices that were extremely close to his ears, trying to wake him up from his dreams. Really, teacher, don't sleep in anymore. Get up quickly. Master, I'm hungry. Let's go eat. As his hazy consciousness gradually cleared, the voice that drilled into Wu Yan's ears also became clear, causing Wu Yan to slowly open his eyes. Wake up, wake up. Yet, when Wu Yan opened his eyes, Nagisa and Astria's beautiful faces entered his vision. Wu Yan finally woke up from his dream. Ikaros, Astria, Natsuki, Kanon, Nagisa, and the other girls woke up in the bright dorm room under Kazuhi's sunlight. At this moment, Natsuki was sitting on a chair with a teacup in her hand. She was enjoying black tea. Kanon stood beside Natsuki, holding a tea set in her hands like a maid. Natsuki's black tea was brewed by Kanon. Nagisa and Astria laid on either side of Wu Yen, who was sleeping on the ground with a quilt covering his mattress. She looked at him with her red gem-like eyes, beaming with joy. Ikaros, on the other hand, stayed by Wu Yan's side as usual. She sat cross-legged on the side of the sleeping Wu Yan's head. It was as if Wu Yan was the only one left in her indigo pupils. From her eyes, Wu Yan could even see his own sleepy self. It was so bright that it made one's heart tremble. Good morning. Seeing Wu Yan gradually opening his eyes, Ikaros's pitiful pair of eyes flickered a little. She's the first one to greet him. Master, good morning. Teacher, Master. Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon also greeted Wu Yen in a cheerful and shy manner. Until now, Wu Yen recalled what had happened last night. In the Walpurgis Royal Academy of Engineering, the automaton of the puppeteer was classified as the personal belongings of the puppeteer. Therefore, the Walpurgis Wangli Robotics Academy would not provide another residence for the automaton of the puppeteer to live in. The puppeteer would either shut down the operation of his automaton and place the dormant automaton in a facility of the Walpurgis Wangli Robotics Academy that was dedicated to the safekeeping of robotics. Either he could only carry it with him. In other words, last night, Wu Yan's group of 6 stayed in the same dormitory. Or rather, even if he became an official student of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, Wu Yan would still have to stay in the same dorm with the group of girls. That's a lot of trouble, after all. There were 6 of them here. No matter how big the dorm was, it was only a temporary dorm for normal guests. It would be difficult to fit 6 people. Fortunately, Ikaros and Astria were omnipotent angels. They didn't need to sleep. Natsuki, Kanon, and Nagisa were able to sleep comfortably on the large bed that could easily fit 3 people. As for Wu Yen, he had to sleep on the floor. As usual, you can't do anything about waking up early. Natsuki's expressionless face showed a hint of annoyance. Can someone like you really be a good student? I don't know if I can be a good student, but I can't avoid being late in the morning. Wu Yen yawned and sat up. He rubbed his eyes. Seriously, why can't you be late in the morning? What are you talking about? Nagisa stood up with her hands on her hips. She looked down at Wu Yen, who is still sitting on the ground. Isn't it because it's morning that you should be more energetic? Well, I'm not the only one who's tired. Wu Yen yawned again and pointed to the side. Look at Astria, she's tired as well. I'm hungry, Master. Astria rubbed her flat tummy and whimpered while shaking her head. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I know. Wu Yen smiled bitterly and stood up. Then let's go eat. Yes, Master. Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, Main Street. At this time, the Main Street was completely bustling with activity. One by one, students wearing uniforms and carrying automatons walked out of the dormitories in an endless stream, filling up the entire Main Street. Not long after, it was time for class. Most of the students went to the student cafeteria in the middle of the Main Street. It's the only cafeteria in the academy. Other than this cafeteria, the only other cafeteria that serves food is the dorm downstairs. However, the food served in the cafeteria is fixed every day. Almost everyone eats the same dishes. Students with more money would avoid the dorm cafeteria and eat at the student cafeteria. However, It just so happened that most of the students in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy were people who came from influential forces with high status. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to afford such an expensive tuition fee. Most of the students would abandon the dorm cafeteria and eat at the student cafeteria. Under such circumstances, coupled with the fact that classes were about to begin, all the students on the main street gathered together and walked in one direction. It was as if a school sports meet was being held, and the scene was so lively that it was enough to scare people. On such a crowded street, many people's gazes were gathered in one direction at a certain time. Wu Yan was leading a group of girls to the student cafeteria. That pink-haired girl is so pretty. The blonde one is pretty too. And that girl with short silver hair. She looks like a saintess. The long black hair and the ponytail are cute too. I've never seen them before. Are they freshmen? Speaking of which, who's that annoying guy walking with those pretty girls? Whispers echoed in the air and entered the ears of Wu Yan and the others. Wu Yan led the group of girls, and under the envious gazes of the onlookers, they followed the flow of the crowd and moved forward. Not long after, a grayish-white building appeared in front of them. One of the walls was made of glass windows. It was a building the size of an auditorium. It was the size of 2 soccer fields. Stone pillars were arranged in an orderly manner, connecting the ground to the ceiling that was at least 10 to 20 meters high. It was more than enough to accommodate the flow of students. There were glass windows on the ceiling, allowing light to shine in. The cafeteria was very bright. Rows of white round tables were neatly arranged in the bright and spacious cafeteria. It was a spectacular sight. The cafeteria was filled with the fragrance of food. At the front of the cafeteria, there was a large amount of food on metal plates and containers. There was meat, fish, bread, salads, and everything else. The students who came to the cafeteria were lined up in rows. They kept moving forward until they reached the front of the food and placed it on their empty plates. It seemed that in this cafeteria, the students had to choose their favorite dishes by themselves. There was no waiter to serve them. When they saw the front of the line at the corner of the restaurant, Wu Yan and Co stopped in their tracks. They couldn't move anymore. This was because at the front of the line, on one side of the plates of various dishes, there was a person wearing a restaurant uniform who was skillfully operating a machine. He was also receiving bills from the students who had chosen their dishes. It was the cashier. You have to pay to eat here. Because of this, Wu Yan and the girls stopped in their tracks. It wasn't that they didn't have money. They only had gold coins and no notes. Chapter 1575. The group of people stood at the entrance of the restaurant and stared in the direction of the cashier in silence. It looks delicious. Astria, who is still oblivious to the situation, looked at the direction where the aroma is coming from. She kept tugging at Wu Yan's clothes. Let's go. Wu Yan rubbed his brows. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Restaurant charges? Wasn't this a matter of course? Even the meals provided to students in the dormitory cafeteria had to be paid. However, the meals in the dormitory cafeteria were already counted as food expenses and included in the tuition fees. Students did not need to pay cash when eating in the dormitory cafeteria. Wu Yan didn't have any cash since he had to pay the tuition fee in gold coins. In terms of yen, Wu Yan had lived in Heavenly Palace City in the Date Battle world, Itagami City in the Blood Raid world, and Fuyuki City in the Magical Girl Ilia world. However, this is Liverpool, the academic city of England, also known as the Smart City. In other words, the currency used here is pound sterling. Hey, Natsuki. Wu Yan rubbed his brows and looked at Natsuki. You are one of the top offensive magi in Itagami Island, the Witch of the Void, the name of which is feared by the demons. You must have worked in many places, right? For example, England, right? Are you an idiot? Natsuki said with an expressionless face. When I officially became an attack mage commander, I also became the prison barrier's warden. The one who was active as an attack mage commander was my avatar. Do you think it's that easy for me to leave Itagami Island and go to a place as far away as England? Natsuki said. Wu Yen fell silent and looked at Kanon and Nagisa. I have always lived on Itagami Island. Kanon helplessly looked at Wu Yen with her emerald eyes. So, I only collected English coins from my parents when I was young. Nagisa smiled awkwardly. Now, they are all in my house. Kanon and Nagisa's conversation. Wu Yen fell silent. He subconsciously looked at Ikaros. Ikaros muttered with a bit of unease. Do you want me to go grab some? This time, Wu Yen didn't say anything, his expression collapsed. Astria had a bad feeling about this. Tears started forming at the corner of her eyes. Are we not allowed to eat anymore? What should we do? Wu Yen couldn't help but lower his head when he saw Astria's expression as if she just saw the end of the world. He mumbled to himself. Why don't we let Ikaros go and snatch some back, if it's just a few? That should be fine, right? Are you an idiot? Someone behind Wu Yen and Ko said the same thing as Natsuki. A voice that didn't sound friendly came from behind Wu Yen and company. Everyone was stunned. They turned around and looked at the source of the voice. They saw a person with long golden hair that reached his waist, blue eyes, and a small dragon on his beret. A young girl as beautiful as a fairy entered his field of vision. However, it was a pity that at this moment, that beautiful and alluring face. The corners of her mouth and eyes were twitching. She had a look of disbelief. What an idiot! Idiot! What an unparalleled idiot! You can't find another idiot like him even if you search the entire world. Without the slightest bit of politeness, the fairy-like beautiful young lady took a deep breath and began to insult the person she had just met yesterday. Rub? Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the discipline committee and the guards? Aren't you afraid your automaton will be confiscated? Or do you think that the price of producing a new automaton is more worth it than the money that you stole? You are. Astria tilted her head to the side and her eyes widened. She yelled out loud. You're the bad guy from yesterday? That's not my name. I'm not a bad guy. My name is Charlotte. Birao. The girl named Charlotte glared at Astria. Who's the bad guy here? Seal saw you guys looking troubled, so he came over to check on you guys. Sigmund, who was lying on top of Charlotte's head, suddenly said in his unique old voice. Even though he eavesdropped on us. He came with good intentions, he's not a bad guy. Actually, Seal has a good heart. Shut up, Sigmund. Charlotte's pretty face stiffened. He shouted in shame and anger. Be careful, I might replace your chicken with breadcrumbs. Nagisa stood up and bowed apologetically to Charlotte. I'm really sorry about yesterday. Forget it, I also threw a tantrum. Let's call it even. Charlotte wasn't used to dealing with Nagisa's formal way of apologizing. She turned her head away in a fit of anger, but she quickly looked back at Nagisa. By the way, I thought you didn't have money to eat? Well, it's not that I don't have enough money to eat. Wu Yen sighed. He grabbed something from his pocket and tossed it at Charlotte. We just don't have any cash. Charlotte reflexively reached out her hand and caught a small object that was flying toward her. She opened it and was immediately stunned. Lying in Charlotte's palm was a shiny gold coin. A gold coin? Charlotte's face stiffened again. Should I say it's an accident? Or should I say it's within reason? Sigmund shook his head. To be able to carry 5 automatons with him, of course, he wouldn't be short of money. However, this so-called not short of money has already reached the level where he can casually put gold coins in his pocket. There are plenty of rich people in this academy. Natsuki said nonchalantly. Little girl, you must be a rich young lady, right? Who do you think I am? Charlotte's blue eyes emitted a sharp light like that of a ferocious beast. I am the Charlotte of the Northern Territories, Count Bilo family with the unicorn badge bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen. Bilo. When she said this, Charlotte's tone wasn't filled with pride and glory, but something even more intense. It was like the Charlotte of the Northern Territories, Count Bilo family with the unicorn badge bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen. The phrase, Birao, was not a title or status, but a dream and yearning. Therefore, Sigmund, who was lying on Charlotte's head, fell silent. Natsuki also stopped talking. Even Astria, who didn't understand complicated matters, noticed the change in atmosphere and shut her mouth. Of course, the only thing she shut was her mouth. Gulp. In the silence, Astria's stomach started growling at the most inappropriate time. You. Astria clutched her stomach and shrugged her shoulders weakly. She sounded like she was about to cry. I'm hungry. The solemn atmosphere instantly collapsed, and Charlotte's resolute expression became powerless. You did it on purpose. After glaring at Wu Yan, Charlotte grabbed Wu Yan's hand and smashed the gold coin back into Wu Yan's hand. Then, Charlotte walked into the dining hall and said angrily, "What are you waiting for? Do you really want to go hungry?" "I don't want to," Astria yelled out without hesitation. She then looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. Astria-chan. Nagisa and Kanon looked at each other helplessly. You. Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then let's follow her. But it's time to eat. Astria smiled brightly and chased after Charlotte. Charlotte? Philo. I was wrong. You're a good person. Who's a good person? You're a bad person. I. Huh? Am I not? That's right. I am a bad person. Everyone looked at each other helplessly when they saw Astria hopping around beside Charlotte and Charlotte giving up on herself. They couldn't do anything about it. Chapter 1576. Ho. Astria held a plate of meat slices in one hand and a spaghetti rolled up with a fork in the other. She chewed on the spaghetti from time to time. Her beautiful face was bloated from eating. She had a blissful expression on her face. Ding! Kanon tidied up the empty plates and put them aside with an incredulous expression. On the other side, Ikaros was doing the same thing. She had a pitiful expression on her face. She didn't look surprised at all. Soon, the plates were stacked on top of each other by Astria's side. The height of the plates was still increasing. Right now, the plates were at least 20 centimeters tall. Nagisa was already stunned by the sight. Natsuki also looked like she was full. She looked at Astria, who was happily eating with her blue eyes, and sighed. In the dining hall, the rest of the students who were eating at the dining table all looked over with a dull expression. Their mouths were wide open and their jaws almost fell to the ground. What's even more hilarious is that some of them followed their master around. The automaton, that can also eat, seemed to think that the master who was watching Astria was enjoying this. It followed Astria's example and started eating as well. In the end, they were all lying on the table and couldn't get up anymore. The atmosphere in the cafeteria became eerie as the dead silence continued to spread. Even the staff of the restaurant and the chefs in the kitchen of the restaurant left their work and gathered in the distance, looking over here. They watched as Astria ate. Astria, who was stuffed like a bottomless pit, looked at each other in confusion. They must be wondering why such a beautiful girl would eat so much. That seductive body of hers can hold so much food, right? Of course. She's a beautiful girl. To have such a huge appetite, it must have given a huge shock to the students who were also eating in the cafeteria. Standing at the dining table, Sigmund, who was eating just now, was drowned by the dishes. His figure could not be seen at all, nor could he see his performance at this moment. Charlotte unconsciously let go of the sandwich in her hand, and the sandwich in her hand fell on the table with a thud. Everyone stared blankly at Astria, who was eating with a blissful expression on her face. No one said a word. After a long time, Charlotte finally took out a wallet from her arms with trembling hands. She opened it again with trembling hands. After checking all the notes inside, 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. "It's over. What's wrong?" Wu Yan turned his attention back to Charlotte as if he's watching a good show. "You don't have enough money?" "Of course it's impossible for me to use up all my money for a meal," Charlotte retorted. Then she burst into tears again. "But from the looks of it, I have to spend at least a month's worth of food on this meal. Mama, don't make a fuss out of nothing." Wu Yan grinned at Charlotte. With Astria's appetite, she should only be 70% full right now. If you're so surprised now, what are you going to do when she's 100% full? She's only 70% full? Charlotte shrieked and she grabbed Wu Yen by the collar. She pulled Wu Yen in front of her and she yelled at him. I don't care. You have to pay me back now. Looking at Charlotte's face that was inches away from his, smelling the fragrance coming from Charlotte's body, Wu Yen exclaimed in shock. Didn't you treat us to this meal? Who's treating you? Charlotte didn't hesitate to show her unreasonable side. Listen up, I'm the one who lent you money for this meal, not the other way around. You must fit. Fine. Wu Yen raised his hand in surrender. I will pay you back when I get some paper money. How about I give you a gold coin? Gold coin. Charlotte's ferocious expression disappeared and she started hesitating. Astria's appetite is scary. She will have to pay a hefty price, but it's not to the point where she has to pay a gold coin. If she were to accept Wu Yan's gold coin, she would have profited from it. I won't take advantage of others. However, Charlotte immediately refused after hesitating for a moment. You just need to pay me back. Fine. Also, interest will be charged from now on. You call that not taking advantage of others? Charlotte didn't even have the energy to throw a tantrum when she heard Astria's clanking sound. After she made Wu Yen pay the interest, she looked at Astria and sighed in admiration. With such a gluttonous automaton, it's no wonder you have to carry gold coins around with you. I know you have misunderstood, but you are right in a way. It's not easy to feed Astria. Wu Yen patted his cheeks. But it's best if she can eat her fill. It would be troublesome if she gets hungry during my test today. Test? Charlotte paused for a moment before she realized what Wu Yen meant. Oh right, you are a new student, so you have to take a test today to determine your ranking in the academy. It's boring, right? Wu Yen is bored out of his mind. He rested his face on his hand and waved his other hand. Ranking or whatever, it doesn't matter. What do you mean it doesn't matter? Charlotte frowned. She looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. I mean, do you really understand the importance of a puppeteer's ranking in the academy? Importance? Importance? Wu Yen looked at Charlotte with a half-smile on his face. That's only for a portion of people, right? Charlotte choked and couldn't say anything. The Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Arts Academy was the best academy in the world of magic. It was also an institution that constantly sent out excellent puppeteers and nurtured top-notch puppeteers. Students who could study in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy were basically geniuses who came from all over the world and had the most outstanding talents. Every 4 years, the Walpurgis Wang Li Robotics Academy would hold a tournament to select the best golem user from the geniuses from all over the world. Night Gathering. It's officially known as the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy's Night Gathering. It's a tournament organized by the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy to select the best puppeteer. In the Night Gathering, the puppeteers will use magic to control automatons to battle. In the end, the only winner will be crowned as the Demon King. A puppeteer with the Demon King title would be the best, most outstanding, and most powerful puppeteer in the world. After becoming the Demon King, the puppeteer would be able to ignore the rules of the International Magic Charter and the Magician's Code of Ethics. He would have the right to read books and research forbidden spells. In other words, he could do whatever he wanted. The Demon King, who was not bound by any restrictions, would be able to read all physical bodies, use all forbidden techniques, and even carry out the exploration of immortality and genetic modification. In addition, the title of Demon King had proven that it was the strongest puppet user of the current generation that was born once every 4 years. Therefore, puppet users who received the title of Demon King would be treated like military officers no matter which country they were in. Fame, knowledge, power. The one who becomes the Demon King will have all of these. Only the top 100 students in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy can participate in the Night Gathering and have the right to compete for the Demon King title. That's why Charlotte mentioned the importance of ranking. That's why Wu Yen said it's only for a certain number of people. After all, as long as one isn't in the top 100, they can't participate in the night gathering. Naturally, for students who aren't in the top 100, the ranking in the academy isn't that important. Of course, that's for those who don't have the ability and don't want to compete for the Demon King title. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the restaurant. Chapter 1577. The student cafeteria was located in the center of the main street of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. The cafeteria had a wall made of glass and the seats near the wall made of glass, so the students could clearly see the main street that extended in all directions past the cafeteria. Therefore, if something happened on the main street outside the cafeteria, the students in the cafeteria would be able to see it clearly. At the same time, there was a small commotion on the main street outside the cafeteria. The one who caused the commotion was a student wearing the uniform of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy. The female uniform of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was a white shirt with a black tank top that exposed the chest and a short gray skirt. The male uniform was a simple white shirt and black trousers, but on top of the white shirt, there would be a black tight leather jacket with a tank top. Apart from wearing the same male uniform as the other students, this student was also wearing a luxurious black cloak with badge-like ornaments on both shoulders. On his face, there was a silver mask that covered the upper part of his nose and only one eye was exposed. Just the outfit alone. It was enough to show that this student was out of place with his surroundings. Needless to say, there was an oppressive aura that made one's heart palpitate as he walked on the main street. It gradually filled the air with his figure. Obviously, he was not just a normal student. Behind him, there were two girls in black dresses with lotus edges and lace, with a black veil hanging over their faces, who looked like the dead, following him closely as if they were his bodyguards. But no matter how one looked at them, they did not look like normal girls. They were his bodyguards. That was an automaton. It was this student who was carrying two automatons in the form of young girls. A small commotion was caused on the main street outside the cafeteria. Of course, it was not his fault. The commotion. It was not so much this unusual student that caused it. Rather, it was the students around him that caused it. The student carrying two automatons in the form of young girls walked on the main street expressionlessly. In front of him, all the students retreated to the sides of the main street in a panic. Every student who retreated to the sides of the main street avoided him in a panic, similar to when they saw Charlot yesterday evening. But this time, the students' expressions were completely different from when they saw Charlot. When they saw Charlot, they were afraid and fearful. When the students saw the student who was carrying two automatons, they were filled with respect and fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if they were ordinary soldiers who were admiring a general who had accomplished miraculous feats on the battlefield. Now, the students who were making way for him gave off such a feeling, oh? Natsuki looked at the student with the silver mask, black cloak, and two automatons in the form of young girls. There's an interesting person here. Who is that person? Nagisa blinked her large, watery eyes. He seems very powerful. It's him. Charlot frowned when she saw the student with the silver mask. He is Magnus. Wu Yen interrupted her before she could finish. He is the best student in all his subjects in the academy, and his comprehensive score is the best in history. He can be said to be the most talented and the strongest genius since the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy was established. Controlling 6 automatons that have the name of one-man force, and whose combat ability is comparable to that of several warships when combined, is the puppeteer who is most likely to win the night meeting and win the title of Devil King. I said. Wu Yen had a strange smile on his face that Charlot couldn't understand. Am I right? Yes. Charlot's frown deepened when she saw the strange smile on Wu Yan's face, but she still nodded. Magnus' ingenious magic and magic power are far beyond the level of ordinary puppeteers and even the top puppeteers. Ever since he entered the school, he has shown his talent and climbed to the top of the night meeting ranking. He is a monster that even the ingenious professor who teaches practical combat said he has no chance of winning. Is that so? Wu Yen glanced at Magnus, who was walking on the main street. In other words, he is your strongest enemy who wants the title of Demon King, right? Yes. You are right. Charlot smiled bitterly. The number of automaton he controls is even more than you. Not only that, but each of them has a powerful combat power. If I were to fight one or two of them, I might still be able to find a slight chance of winning. If I were to fight 3 of them, it would be my limit. If I were to fight 4 of them, I would definitely lose. If I were to fight all 6 of them, no chance of winning. Charlot didn't say it out loud, but that was probably what she was trying to say. One-man force? Natsuki's blue eyes softened a little as she stared at Magnus. There was a slight ripple in her eyes. Wu Yan's lips curled into an amused grin. You're interested in him? A little. Natsuki said in an emotionless tone that startled Charlotte. Maybe it's because I haven't exercised for a long time, or maybe it's because I'm too weak. A little. I want to exercise a little. Exercise a little? Charlotte was stunned for a moment before she opened her mouth wide. You want to? Well, that's fine too. Wu Yan stood up and looked out the window. I wanted to see what level we are at. If our opponent is the number 1 in the academy, he should be able to give us a good result. What? What do you mean? A thought flashed through Charlot's mind. He was shocked by his own thoughts. Don't tell me you want to challenge Magnus? Are you crazy? He's an existence that can skillfully control 6 powerful automatons. Do you know that? 6. Wu Yan rubbed his chin as if he's in a dilemma. I only have 5 automatons. I'm at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. You're only considering numbers? Aren't you a little too naive? Charlot stood up. Even if he only sent out an automaton, with Magnus' strength, he would be able to defeat 90% of the top 100 puppeteers who are qualified to participate in the night gathering, not to mention the fact that Magnus is strong enough to defeat more than 90% of the top 100 puppeteers. Not to mention, he's also good at group battles. Every time you add an automaton, it's not like you're adding more than 1 automaton. The increase in combat power isn't as simple as 1 plus 1. Do you think you have a chance of winning just because you have as many automatons as Magnus? Magnus' automaton is also very strong, but magic and skill are Magnus' strongest points. Charlotte became serious. Do you understand? In short, even if Wu Yan's automaton was stronger than Magnus' automaton, he couldn't beat Magnus in terms of magic power and technique. A truly powerful puppeteer, even if he was controlling the weakest automaton, would still be much more powerful than those puppeteers who had powerful automatons but were only there to make up the numbers. This was Charlotte's intention. In other words, in Charlotte's heart, Wu Yan's magic and skills were no match for Magnus. But it wasn't strange. Wu Yan is just a new student who hasn't been assigned to a dorm. He didn't even have a uniform yet. No one expected a new student to have the ability to defeat the number 1 genius puppeteer who broke the academy's record. Too bad Charlotte didn't know that Wu Yan is indeed weak when it comes to puppeteer skills. But even if he doesn't have any skills, his magic power won't lose to anyone. Plus, I don't think my companions will lose to a coward who doesn't even dare to show his face. Leaving these words behind, Wu Yan turned around and walked towards the entrance of the restaurant. Natsuki and Ikaros's eyes lit up. They stood up and followed him. Kanon also stood up silently, bowed politely to the stunned Charlotte, and followed after them. Astria-chan. Nagisa grabbed Astria's hand and dragged her up. Stop eating. We're going to fight. You. Astria reluctantly gave up on the food on the table. She and Nagisa followed the rest of the group without hesitation. That idiot! Charlotte yelled and hurriedly chased after them with Sigmund. Chapter 1578. It's Magnus. Magnus is here. Did you bring your automaton to class again? Magnus seems to be quite active in class recently. In the past, he would only go to the lecture hall after we started class. It was hard to even see him. Now, we can see him on the main street almost every day. It should be because of the night meeting, right? That's right, the night meeting should be starting soon. Even if he's the number one in the academy, he should be a bit nervous, right? That's true. On both sides of the main street, the students fully played the role of spectators. They looked at Magnus with awe as he walked across the main street while whispering to each other. It's unknown if he didn't hear them or if he didn't, but he acted like he didn't. Magnus was still expressionless. Even his eyes that were exposed outside the mask didn't have a trace of emotion. It seems like he's already used to being the center of attention, right? Magnus slowly walked towards one of the lecture halls in the academy under everyone's gaze with the two teenage automatons in tow. However, it didn't take long before Magnus' footsteps paused for a moment. It's not because of anything else. It's because, in this situation where everyone is avoiding him, there's a person walking towards him. There was a person walking towards Magnus on the main street to greet him. It was a man with black hair, red eyes, and a calm expression on his face. He was accompanied by 5 beautiful young girls of different sizes, figures, and temperaments. They were so beautiful that they looked like they had walked out of a painting. They were chatting and laughing as they walked over. The man was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and a black coat. He wasn't even wearing the academy's uniform. It made people wonder if he was a student of this academy. But it was very obvious. He was carrying an automaton, so he shouldn't be a teacher. After all, in the Valpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, other than the professors who taught tactical magic and control techniques, there were also other instructors. The other teachers either didn't have an automaton, or even if there was an automaton, it would be impossible. They wouldn't just casually bring one out. However, Magnus has seen all the teachers who taught magic and control techniques. So, the man in front of him who was carrying 5 automatons. He should be a new student. Of course, at the scene, only Magnus was able to guess the other party's identity. The students standing on both sides of the main street looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. These students didn't see that the beautiful girls following the man were all automatons. The reason Magnus was able to tell that the girls were automatons was because he was extremely sensitive to mana. Therefore, he could clearly feel that there was a weak and almost imperceptible magical wave on the man's body that was constantly rippling and flowing into the bodies of the 5 young ladies bit by bit. Only an automaton could receive magic power from others so easily. It was also because he sensed the magic flowing from the man's body that Magnus paused for a moment. Automatons that had self-discipline and high intelligence only needed to receive a certain amount of magic from their master to be able to maintain their daily activities. And the magic power flowing out of the man who was walking towards them and infusing into the 5 automatons was enough for them to fight. The man was coming for him. After coming to this conclusion, Magnus' expression didn't change at all. His footsteps returned to normal and he walked towards the man. It didn't matter if the man was coming for Magnus or not, Magnus wouldn't take it to heart. As the number 1 super genius in the history of the academy, it wasn't the first or second time that Magnus had been provoked by others. If he took it to heart every time, then Magnus would be tired. So, to Magnus, even though he hadn't been provoked in a long time, it was just a small interlude in his daily life. Nothing more. With this mentality, strands of weak magic rose from Magnus' body and poured into the 2 girls behind him as well as several other places. Under such circumstances, the distance between the 2 male automatons, who were also in the form of young girls, gradually narrowed, until the distance between them was shortened to only 4 to 5 meters. Whoosh! In that instant, a gust of wind blew out from behind Magnus and blew towards the main street in front of him without any warning. Around them, all the students only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Following that, a fragrant scent drifted along with the wind. Then, on the main street, an unbelievable scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He saw a few girls wearing black dresses with lotus leaves and lace skirts. They also had a black curtain hanging over their faces, but their hair was of different colors. They held various weapons in their hands, and they were accompanied by 5 girls of different sizes. They flashed around the man who was not wearing a uniform. There were a total of 6 girls. Their faces were all covered by the black veil, making it impossible to see their faces. However, some of them held crimson swords, some crimson short sabers, some crimson spears, and some crimson sickles. As for those scarlet-red sharp weapons, they were now raised by the encirclement of young ladies. The razor-sharp edges of those weapons were pressed against the throat of the man who wasn't wearing a uniform. Of these 6 girls, 2 of them were the automatons that Magnus just brought with him. Where the other 4 came from, none of the students knew. But what made them feel incredulous wasn't that they didn't notice when the automatons of the top puppeteers of the 6 academies appeared and formed a circle around the man without a uniform. What truly caused them to feel disbelief was that the automaton of the number 1 puppet user in the history of the 6 academies, and the sharp weapons that were pressed against the throat of the man who was not wearing a uniform, were all wrapped around by a chain that flickered with a faint purple light. It was a chain that extended out from the space behind the 6 girl-shaped automatons that had formed an encirclement. Where these shackles came from, when they appeared, and when they wrapped around the weapons of Magnus automatons. No one knew either. They only knew that under the effect of these shackles, even if the sharp weapons were aimed at the throat of the man without a uniform, they couldn't pierce any further. But on the other side, it was the complete opposite. In everyone's eyes, the undefeatable number 1 powerhouse of the academy, Magnus. Compared to the man who was surrounded by 6 girls, there was only 1 girl in front of him. She had long golden hair that reached her ankles, tied with 2 white ribbons at the ends of her hair, splitting it into 2 ponytails. She was the girl who was beside the man who was surrounded just now. The girl was the same as the 6 girls surrounding the man without a uniform. She was holding a weapon in her hand. It was a laser lightsaber that was constantly vibrating and emitting a buzzing sound. This lightsaber was also raised by the girl at this moment and pressed against Magnus' throat. The 2 men standing face to face on the main street both had sharp weapons pressed against their throats. But one side was blocked by all sorts of weapons, while the other weapons were shackled by the purple light shackles and couldn't move at all. On the other side, there was only 1 weapon pressed against the throat, but if the owner wanted to stab it in, it would definitely be able to smoothly and cleanly slit the throat of the other party. In just an instant. Who was superior? It was immediately decided. The surrounding students were all shocked to the extreme. Charlotte, who caught up, froze on the spot, her face full of disbelief. Magnus' pupils continued to shrink until they were the size of a needle's tip. Chapter 1579. Silence. A deathly silence. All the students stared at the 2 men who were standing face to face with their weapons pressed against their throats by the automaton. Their expressions kept changing and finally, they were all stunned. Impossible! Charlotte, who had just rushed out of the student cafeteria, had a shocked expression on her beautiful face. Not to mention Charlotte, even Sigmund, who was flying beside Charlotte and resting on Charlotte's shoulder, straightened his body and reacted in a manner similar to that of shock. This battle had come too quickly. And it ended too quickly. However, regardless of whether it was Charlot, who knew that the 2 of them would meet, or the surrounding students who had yet to react, all of them seemed to subconsciously reject everything they saw and froze on the spot. Although it was only a momentary encounter, no one knew how much of their strength the 2 people on the main street had used. However, the most talented and strongest puppeteer in the history of the academy had mobilized all 6 of his automatons. In the end, he still lost to a nobody in a battle that might not even last a second. That was a fact. The 2 men who weren't wearing uniforms formed a circle around Magnus' automatons and began to exert force on their weapons, as if trying to break free from the chains that wrapped around their weapons. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the 6 girl-shaped automatons tried, the chains that were glowing with purple light wrapped around the weapons firmly shackled them, causing the various weapons to be unable to move at all. Left with no choice, the 6 young girl automaton decisively gave up on those weapons. With light footsteps, they nimbly retreated and chose to save their master instead. However, the laser lightsaber that was pressed against Magnus' throat gently moved forward and pierced the skin of Magnus' throat a little. The blood flowed down. It was just a very slight movement. Magnus' 6 automaton girls abruptly stopped in their tracks and stood in the middle of the main street, not daring to move anymore. Ding ding. At this moment, a figure appeared from the space. Only then did the chains that wrapped around the weapons of Magnus' automatons began to move. The red weapons that were wrapped around them loosened. With a contraction, they returned to the space and disappeared. The man who wasn't wearing a uniform continued to lead the other 4 young female automatons of different sizes. As if nothing had happened, his expression was as calm as ever as he walked towards Magnus with footsteps that could be heard by everyone present. Magnus' automatons immediately went on alert, but the other party ignored them and walked past them, even past Magnus, and headed to the other side of the main street. Then, the blonde girl who held the laser sword against Magnus' throat put away her weapon and jumped back to the man's side, walking towards the other side of the street. Looking at the man leaving with the 5 young girls without saying a word, no one at the scene made a sound. They only looked at him and used their gazes to send off the victor of the short encounter as he slowly walked away. Magnus, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head and spoke. "Name." The man who wasn't wearing a uniform stopped, and the young female automatons also stopped. "Shouldn't you say your own name before asking for someone else's name?" Maintaining his posture with his back facing everyone, the man's casual and humorous voice echoed. "Well, even though I already know your name, that's right, Magnus." Magnus spat out one word after another in a concise manner. "Name. I'm not as famous as you." The man waved his hand and said with a smile. "But you can call me Wu Yen." "Wu Yen?" The surrounding students lowered their heads and racked their brains to recall if they had any recollection of this name. Wu Yen. Charlotte repeated his name over and over again as if she's trying to engrave it in her mind. "Wu Yen." Magnus nodded. "I'll remember." After saying this, Magnus didn't even turn his head as he continued to walk towards the other side of the main street. Compared to Magnus' casual behavior as if nothing had happened, the 6 automatons around him were on full alert. Their positions changed subtly. It looked like they wanted to protect Magnus. They followed Magnus' footsteps and they kept looking back as if they were afraid Wu Yen would ambush them. Finally, they left the scene. At the same time, Wu Yen brought Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Kanon, and Nagisa away from Magnus. Their backs faced each other as they distanced themselves from Magnus. Charlotte finally reacted. She hurriedly brought Sigmund along and chased after the 2 of them once again. At the scene, there was only a crowd of students left. Their gazes swept over the backs of the 2 men who were running in opposite directions. When the 2 figures disappeared, a clamor resounded through the entire student cafeteria's Main Street Center area. Thus, the rumor of Magnus, the #1 student of the academy, being defeated by a freshman with 5 automatons spread like wildfire. Wu Yen pursed his lips when he heard the commotion coming from the other side of the street. He looked at Natsuki. "How is it?" "I can't tell." Natsuki replied immediately, even though it was a random question. "That Magnus brat may have entered battle mode, but he clearly wasn't serious about dealing with you. The only reason you were able to achieve such a result was because of his carelessness. Therefore, we still have no way of determining his true strength. You're right." Wu Yen nodded in agreement. All of Magnus' automatons have been dispatched, but they haven't even activated their magic circuits. On the other hand, we've already used the magic circuits registered in the data. I'm sure we have the upper hand in terms of level. It's hard to tell how the battle will turn out if we don't actually fight. Natsuki looked straight ahead. "At the very least, we can only use the magic circuits you registered. Let's do this then." Wu Yen thought for a bit and waved his hand. To be able to suppress Magnus in an instant when he was careless, it more or less proves that there aren't many people in the academy who can cause trouble for us. Probably. Natsuki didn't deny it. "Master." Ikaros, who was following behind Wu Yen, spoke up. "Miss Charlotte is here. Wait." Just as Ikaros finished her sentence, Charlotte caught up to Wu Yen and she glared at him while huffing and puffing. "What happened just now? What did you do? Magnus was really defeated by you? Where did you come from, monster?" Stop. Listening to Charlotte's barrage of questions, Wu Yen quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Why do you have so many questions? How can there be nothing wrong with me? Charlotte leaned forward, almost touching Wu Yan's face. You defeated Magnus with only 2 automatons when he used all of his automatons. Even though only Natsuki and Astria made a move, that's still the majority of our forces. Wu Yan grabbed Charlotte's shoulder and pushed her away. Ikaros' magic focuses on defense, while Cannon's magic focuses on healing. I've only hidden Nagisa's combat strength. The rest of our combat strength has been deployed. Charlotte immediately fell silent. Chapter 1580. You. Charlotte's sapphire blue eyes looked at Wu Yan with a complicated expression. Reading the latest novel, you exposed the information of the magic that can be used by the magic circuit of your automaton to me just like that? Aren't you afraid that I'll formulate a strategy to counter this? Devise a strategy to counter the magic that my automaton can perform? Wu Yan didn't know what she was talking about. Why would I need to counter the magic that my automaton can perform? Isn't that obvious? Charlotte said matter-of-factly. Even though I didn't see your full strength and Magnus didn't use his full strength just now, you still managed to suppress the number 1 student in the academy. It shouldn't be difficult for you to qualify for the night gathering, right? By then we will be enemies. Charlotte stared at Wu Yan. Isn't it dangerous for you to expose the intelligence of your automaton magic circuit to me? Indeed. Exposing the magic circuit of an automaton before a battle is an extremely irrational behavior. Because an automaton can only perform 1 magic circuit. Therefore, once the magic circuit of an automaton is exposed, the enemy will be able to counter this magic and come up with a strategy to counter it. It will be very disadvantageous in a battle. Of course, the premise is that there will be a battle. Wu Yan said while Charlotte was still in a daze. Who told you I'm going to the night gathering? You're not going to the night gathering? Charlotte cried out involuntarily. In the Walpurgis Wang Li Machine Learning Academy, the Walpurgis Evening Party was held once every 4 years. It was a banquet where the best puppeteers could be selected. The puppeteer who won the night gathering and became the Demon King would be able to dissociate himself from the ethics of a magician. He would also be able to become a popular figure who would receive preferential treatment from all parties. The person who became the Demon King would be able to do whatever he wanted. He could obtain everything that others could only dream of. Wealth, fame, knowledge, power. There wasn't a single person who wasn't moved. Under such circumstances, a puppet user who had the ability to fight for the throne of the Demon King said that he didn't want to join the night gathering. The first thought that emerged in Charlotte's mind was disbelief. You don't want to join the night party? Charlotte stared at Wu Yan as if she wanted to see something from his expression. He sneered. You can get everything by becoming the Devil King. Are you trying to say that you're a saint who doesn't have any requirements for wealth, fame, knowledge, or power? No. Wu Yan answered directly. I also have a request. I also hope to obtain power that no one else can match. That's why I came to the Walpurgis King Tactical Academy. Then why did you say that you didn't want to attend the night party? Charlotte frowned. Become the Devil King. Won't you be able to obtain the power you want then? In this world there were many powerful magic, forbidden arts, and secret arts that were passed down from ancient times. Some of these magic, forbidden arts, and secret arts had harsh conditions to use. Some were too bloody, some were too powerful and could easily cause great harm. Thus, all of them were listed as forbidden arts that couldn't be studied and were sealed away. If a puppet user or even a magician broke the taboo and studied these forbidden arts, they would be hunted down by the Magician Association and sent to the execution stage in the end. Only those who obtained the title of Devil King could touch these taboo arts as they wished and study these unimaginable forbidden arts to obtain power that others coveted. Since Wu Yan came to the Walpurgis King Tactical Academy to obtain great power, it was impossible that he didn't want to become the Devil King and study forbidden arts, right? Wu Yan saw through Charlotte's inner thoughts. That's why he snorted in disdain. To be honest, I don't think the forbidden arts of this world can give a person great power. Charlotte was stunned. No matter how powerful the techniques you create are, a magician is still a magician. Wu Yan left Charlotte behind and continued walking forward. If they don't know how to strengthen themselves instead of strengthening their arts, they will never become a god that controls everything. God! Charlotte's delicate body trembled as a wave of emotions surged in her heart. Does this man want to become a god? As soon as this thought arose, it was immediately cut off by Charlotte. It wasn't that she thought it was wishful thinking, but she felt that if Wu Yan's goal was to become a god, it would be too frightening. Of course, Wu Yan didn't lie. Didn't he do the demigod path, mission, and work hard until now to become a peak demigod? After becoming a peak demigod, Wu Yan would be able to touch the barrier of the divine rank. He would become a god. Of course, the reason he isn't interested in the forbidden arts of this world is because Wu Yan has an innumerable amount of techniques from the 103,000 demon path tomes. No matter how powerful the forbidden arts were, they wouldn't be as powerful as the truly heaven-defying arts in the 103,000 books that gathered the world's knowledge of arts since ancient times. After all, among the techniques in the 103,000 Book of Demon, there was a technique that could truly kill a god. It's a pity that Wu Yan's current strength is far from enough to use it. Charlotte shook her head and she chased after Wu Yan while yelling at him. You said that you won't join the night party. Then, do you dare to tell me all the magic circuits of your automaton? If you want to know, I don't mind telling you. Wu Yan shrugged without batting an eyelid. Natsuki's magic circuit is space manipulation, which allows her to freely manipulate space. Ikaros's magic circuit is wave barrier. Astria's magic circuit is particle sword. It's the same as the lightsaber just now. She can use light particles to form a sword. She can enlarge or shrink it at will. Nagisa's magic circuit is freezing fog. She can control cold air and ice. Kanon's magic circuit is healing boost. No matter how severe the injury is, as long as the victim doesn't die, they will be healed in a short period of time. Wu Yan looked at Charlotte with a smile that didn't look like a smile on his face. Are you happy now? Why, you're really telling me? Charlotte was dumbfounded. Now, I can come up with a strategy to deal with you. If you join the night party, you will be at a disadvantage. I told you I don't want to join the night party. Wu Yan sighed. I came to this academy for another reason. It's not to join the night party. Don't worry. All right then. Charlotte let out a long sigh and calmed down the waves in her heart. That's fine too. I don't want to have another strong enemy. That's why you should think about how to deal with Magnus. Wu Yan pursed his lips. You won't be able to become the Demon King if you don't defeat him. Of course I know. Charlotte immediately became unhappy. I don't have a way to deal with his one-man army, but I will definitely win. No. We must win. Charlotte clenched her fists. Then she seemed to have thought of something and started clapping. All right. Why don't you practice with me? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to be stunned. You're not joining the night party anyway, right? Charlotte's eyes lit up. Magnus has his one-man army, and your automaton isn't any weaker than him. Plus, your magic circuits work well together. If you practice with me, I might be able to find a way to defeat Magnus. What Charlotte said was right. Astria specializes in offense and can be used as a strong attacker. Ikaros's magic circuit is for defense. She can focus on defense. Natsuki can manipulate space as she pleases. She's perfect for ambushes and rescues. Nagisa's magic is for controlling air and ice. She can attack from a distance and control the battlefield. On the other hand, Kanon had excellent healing abilities. She could heal all kinds of injuries in a short period of time. Such a team that took care of all aspects was simply too ideal. It was even more like an army than Magnus, one-man force. If they could defeat such an ideal team, Charlotte might really be able to find a way to defeat Magnus. Time is of the essence. Charlotte grabbed Wu Yan's hand and rushed out. Let's go practice. Wait. Wu Yan didn't have time to say anything before Charlotte, who has transformed into a biker gang, pulled him into the air. His feet left the ground and he rushed out with Charlotte dragging him along. "Master!" Ikaros stared blankly at the man and woman, leaving a trail of smoke behind them. Astria, Nagisa, and Canon snapped out of their daze and chased after him. Only Natsuki and Sigmund remained where they were, speechless for a long time. Chapter 1581. This was a forest located at the back of the academy. The morning sun shone down from the sky, illuminating the leaves of every tree in this dense forest with the most vibrant green. Among them, droplets of dew flickered with sparkling and translucent arcs, sliding down slightly. Everything seemed to be full of vitality. In the midst of such a vibrant forest, there was a vast clearing. Because this open space was located deep in the forest, there weren't many students who could find it. However, everyone who found it would secretly treat it as their secret place. Some would use it for trysts. Some would use it for their secret training. At this moment, in this empty space, there was a man with 5 girls who were cute, beautiful, playful, quiet, and all sorts of attractive temperaments. He was currently facing a girl who had a small dragon the size of a cat on her wrist. They were separated by a certain distance from each other, standing face to face. This strange combination of 1 man, 6 women, and 1 dragon wasn't planning on using this open space to have a beautiful tryst. Instead, they were planning to break the silence of this forest in the morning. Looking at the lush trees around him, Wu Yen smacked his lips. He looked at Charlotte, who was standing in front of him with a serious expression, and helplessly opened his mouth. "Are we really going to fight? Are you regretting it?" Charlotte said with some displeasure. "It's not like you're going to participate in the night meeting, right?" "I don't plan on participating in the night meeting, but why do I have to practice with you if I don't?" Wu Yen rubbed his forehead and pretended to have a headache. "And in a place like this, aren't you afraid that this place will be affected and razed to the ground?" "What can I do? I only know of this secret place that not many people know about." Charlotte's face was filled with reluctance. "Practice before the night meeting, and it's to defeat Magnus. Of course it has to be done in secret." "But isn't class about to start?" Wu Yen had just finished speaking when a bell rang in the academy, causing his mouth to twitch. "You're skipping class just like that?" Just a day. Half a day. It doesn't matter, right?" Charlotte wasn't used to skipping classes, but she still insisted stubbornly. "Perhaps skipping today's class will allow me to defeat Magnus?" "Skipping class can defeat the #1 student in the history of the academy. There won't be any more students in the entire academy's lecture halls. You're so long-winded and annoying." Charlotte's expression became fierce. "Do it when it's time. Don't be so sentimental. You're not like a man at all." Hearing these ambiguous words, Wu Yen raised his eyebrows. "Since you've put it this way, then don't blame me for being impolite." "You're welcome? Who do you think I am?" Charlotte puffed up her slightly flat chest. A confident smile appeared on his face. "I'm one of the top 13 participants of the night party, Charlotte, who logged in with the code name Tyrant Rex, and I'm one of the 13 people who is ranked the highest among the night party participants." Birao. Hearing this, Wu Yen couldn't help but look down at Charlotte's hands. Her fair skin was faintly visible, and there was a pair of fingerless gloves on her hands. The gloves were made of pitch-black silk. Although it looked dull, the style revealed a sense of superiority. On the edge of the pitch-black glove that covered the wrist, there were a few letters embroidered with golden thread. Tyrant Rex. Tyrant Rex. Only the top 100 students in the academy, who had the qualifications to participate in the night party, had the special gloves. The golden words embroidered on the gloves were the code names that only the 100 participants of the night gathering could possess. It was also the nickname of those who were famous in the academy. Charlotte was one of the top 100 people. Moreover, she was one of the top 13 of the top 100 people. Charlotte's ranking in the academy was 6th. In other words, even if there was a slight deviation from her ranking, Charlotte's strength could still be ranked in the top 10 of the entire Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. It was because of this that the other students were so afraid of Charlotte. It was also because of this that Charlotte dared to say that she had a slight chance of winning against one or two of Magnus' one-man army. Even if it was 3, she could still barely deal with it. How strong was Magnus' true strength? This question, perhaps no one in the entire academy knew. Thus, Charlotte's statement was more or less one-sided and not convincing. However, Charlotte had spent quite a bit of time in the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, so she definitely had a certain level of understanding of Magnus. Therefore, even if the statement was too one-sided, it was enough to prove that Charlotte had a certain level of strength. "I won't go easy on you." Charlotte withdrew all her expression and a cold aura emitted from her body. "Anyway, you have an automaton that specializes in healing. As long as you don't destroy Eve's heart, it'll be fine." Sensing the aura coming from Charlotte, everyone knew that she was serious. "Master." Karos and Astria reacted to Charlotte's hostility by looking at Wu Yen with an illusory frame in their eyes. Sensei. Kanon and Nagisa seemed nervous about the upcoming battle. However, they still used their determined gazes to show that they will follow Wu Yan's decision. Natsuki didn't say anything. For someone like her who has been through countless battles, there was no need for her to express anything. She looked at the man in front of her with a calm expression. This time, the 5 girls all acted as if they were automatons, seeking to control their puppeteer's choice. "I have no choice." Wu Yen smiled and looked at Charlotte. "Then come at me. Go all out." Immediately, Charlotte raised her hand. "Sigmund." "Understood." In an instant, Sigmund flew onto Charlotte's raised hand, and his cat-sized body was instantly shrouded in black mist. That mist was the magic power rising from Charlotte's body. Wrapped in the black mist, Sigmund's body began to slowly expand. When the mist dissipated, a steel-colored dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. In an instant, Sigmund grew from the size of a kitten to a 3-meter-tall dragon with a length of at least 8 meters. The giant dragon seemed to have become a lot stronger. Its butterfly-like wings had become more developed. Its dragon eyes were decorated with a crimson light, and its dragon horns had become ferocious. It was as if it had suddenly grown from a young dragon. Sigmund roared, causing the air to tremble. A strong gust of wind swept out in all directions along with Sigmund's enormous body, causing the surrounding trees to rustle and leaves to dance in the air. Even the ground where Sigmund stood cracked inch by inch. Judging from the automaton's posture alone, Charlotte had clearly told everyone the extent of her strength. Sigmund, level 64, 7th stage? Looking at Sigmund roaring like a real dragon, Wu Yen had a pensive look in his eyes. As one of the top 13 of the academy, Sigmund's rank was at the 7th step. In that case, the rest of the 13 people, meet NDS, should also be around the same level. And a puppeteer usually only had one automaton. In other words, with 5 peak 7th-stage automatons, if Wu Yen were to display the true strength of the girls, it wouldn't be hard for him to stand at the top of the academy. At the very least, he would be able to stand on the same level as Magnus, who also had multiple powerful automatons. Thanks to Charlotte, Wu Yen finally knew where he stood in this academy. Rasterkane. Then, the scene before him was filled with light. Chapter 1582. Grating Cannon. Wu Yan's group could clearly feel a surge of magical energy flowing from Charlotte into Sigmund's body. Roar. Then, on Sigmund's long neck, the lines that looked like the gaps between the scales flashed with a blue light as if they were gathering something. From the bottom to the top, the light gradually dimmed. Finally, on Sigmund's wide-open dragon mouth, it gathered into a dazzling ball of light. Well then, Wu Yen raised his hand and he pointed his palm at Ikaros. "It's time for us to test out the puppet user's fighting style." Wu Yan's magical energy surged and flowed into his palm. The energy turned into a dazzling golden halo. At the same time, Ikaros felt a vigorous magical energy bursting out from the depths of her body, filling her whole body. Her combat skills that she couldn't even use before suddenly became active. Ikaros abruptly raised her head. Her indigo pupils turned into a crimson red, and an illusory frame like a scope appeared in front of her eyes. Her pink hair fluttered up and a pure white halo appeared above her head. A pair of pink wings unfurled from her back without any warning. Pink feathers fluttered in the air. As if it was calculated, a ray of sunlight shone down from the sky. It hit Icarus's body. Ikaros closed her eyes and slowly floated up with the help of her pink wings. Pink feathers fluttered around her. Simply, just like an angel descending from the heavens. Beautiful to the extreme. So beautiful. Charlotte couldn't help but stare blankly at the angelic girl. She shook her head and tried to focus. Sigmund. Roar. Sigmund squeezed out a ferocious roar from his throat. The ball of light that converged on his dragon mouth suddenly exploded, turning into a dazzling beam of light that pierced through space and shot out with a sonic boom. Ikaros. Looking at the incoming beam, Wu Yen raised his hand towards Ikaros. The dazzling magic circle rippled even more frequently. Ikaros's crimson, square-rimmed eyes flashed and her lips parted. Aegis, absolute defense circle, buzz. The surrounding space suddenly trembled. A barrier made of tiny crystals suddenly rippled out from Ikaros' body. It expanded and enveloped Wu Yen and the girls in a spherical barrier. It's useless. Seeing the ripples in the protective barrier, Charlotte revealed a ruthless smile. Sigmund, pierce through it. Roar. Amidst Sigmund's roar, the light beam that pierced through the air and landed on the Aegis, absolute defense circle, as if it evaporated the atmosphere. However, the collision between the light beam and the Aegis did not produce any unusual sound. Under everyone's gaze, the beam of light directly melted the Aegis, absolute defense circle, melting a hole in it. Seeing this, Natsuki, Astria, Kanon, and Nagisa were all surprised by this development. The illusory square frame in Ikaros' eyes also shrunk. Then, circles of Aegis rippled and overlapped with the Aegis that was about to be melted completely. In an instant, the entire Aegis seemed to have thickened. The crystal-clear luster on it skyrocketed. The beam that landed on the Aegis, absolute defense circle, was melting the crystal-like barrier bit by bit. Instantly, the speed of melting slowed down as if a pile driver had hit a solid rock plate. It gradually disappeared. Wah! Charlotte, who was riding on Sigmund's dragon, had gasped. He blocked it. Wu Yen wasn't surprised to see Charlotte's shocked expression, because Sigmund's body was equipped with a magic circuit known as the Demon Sword. It was a magic that was related to the truth of the universe. It was a magic that could create elements of annihilation in one's body and fire them out. The essence of the demonic sword was to reverse the state of existence of matter, switching the state of matter from existence to nothingness. It was a destructive magic spell that could destroy everything. And now, this unstoppable magic was stopped by Ikaros' Aegis. It's not that the magic was stopped. At this moment, Natsuki seemed to have seen through Charlotte's thoughts and abruptly said, "Don't worry. It's more like it was exhausted." That's right. Even if it was a magic spell that could destroy all matter and should be impossible to resist, it still required the support of Charlotte's magic to activate the magic circuit and activate it. Ikaros' Aegis was in a stalemate with Sigmund's attack. Before the Aegis was melted, Sigmund's attack would exhaust its mana and disappear. Then how about this? Charlotte seemed to have noticed this as well. Her eyes flashed and her body erupted with magic like steam. Radiant flash, flare. Sigmund opened his mouth, and the gaps between the scales on his neck and chest flashed with blue light again. The blue light gathered on Sigmund's mouth, and under Sigmund's roar, the blue light turned into rays of light. Blinding rays of light shot out like spears of light. They rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour towards Wu Yen and company. Too bad this time, it was Ikaros who took the initiative to attack. Ikaros' crimson eyes flashed with data. With a wave of her hand, the Aegis, absolute defense circle, protecting everyone, shook and expanded in size. Bam! The Aegis, which suddenly expanded, collided with the incoming light rain. In the instant of the collision, the aegis expanded again and exploded. Dong! The storm-like light spears were instantly affected by the explosion of the aegis, and all of them exploded, turning into balls of fire that filled the entire area. Charlotte's expression changed. He actually detonated the protective shield and engulfed all of Sigmund's attacks in the explosion, erasing them all. Whoosh! Just as Charlotte's expression changed, the sound of something breaking through the air reverberated. Amidst the sonic boom, a chain that was emitting a faint purple glow pierced through the air toward Charlot and Sigmund. Before the two of them could react, the chain had already reached Sigmund's massive body. Ding ding ding, a light clashing sound echoed. The lock of discipline circled around Sigmund's body and tightened, binding Sigmund. Whoosh! Then, there was another air-piercing sound. A stream of light flashed, dragging a long tail of light like a meteor as it flashed through the space. Shortly after, he appeared on top of Sigmund's dragon head, right in front of Charlotte. Charlotte only felt a blur in front of her eyes, and a fragrance rushed into her nose. When she regained her vision, Charlotte was stunned. That's because in front of her, a young girl is floating in the air, her dark red pupils rippled with an illusory square frame, and a pure white halo floated above her head. Behind the young lady was a pair of pure white wings. White feathers drifted down from her body, imprinting themselves into Charlot's eyes. Under the protection of the white feathers, the angelic young girl held a vibrating lightsaber and placed it gently on Charlotte's neck. Charlotte's eyes widened to the limit. Astrea. Of course, the one who led the battle to victory is Astrea. Astrea held the lightsaber in her hand, the illusory frame in her dark red eyes disappeared. Her stern expression was replaced by a smug one. Victory has been decided. Chapter 1583. On the grass at the edge of the messy clearing, Charlotte hugged Sigmund, who had transformed back to the size of a cat. She collapsed on the grass without a care for her image as she panted heavily. My mana is depleted. Of course it's going to run out. Wu Yen sat down as well, his tone was filled with anger. In the end, I've fought with you more than 10 times today, and your magic power still hasn't been exhausted. I should really suspect that you're just like your login code name, a Tyrannosaurus that only knows how to stare at its prey. But I haven't won even once. Charlotte grumbled with a face full of indignation. And every time, you're able to take it down in an instant. Are you a monster or not? You think I'm a monster just because I didn't lose to you? Wu Yen pursed his lips in disdain. In my opinion, you're more like a ferocious monster than someone who refuses to admit defeat. Every time you lose, you'll pester me for another round. I'm Charlotte from Count Bilo's family. Charlotte snorted coldly and turned her head away. It's impossible for me to keep losing to the same person. Is that so? Wu Yen retorted. But you haven't won even once. I will win sooner or later. Charlotte glared at Wu Yen. She turned to Natsuki, who was enjoying her afternoon tea under the shade of a tree. Kanon was brewing tea beside Natsuki. Astrea, Nagisa, and Ikaros were chatting happily. Her shoulders drooped in dejection. The result? You've only been using Natsuki, Ikaros, and Astrea. Kanon and Nagisa haven't even made a move yet, and I'm already no match for you. Kanon doesn't have any combat ability. Wu Yen shrugged. As for Nagisa, her situation is a little special. If she wants to fight, she has to transform into another form. Today is just a practice session, there's no need to summon Agurola. Agurola? Nagisa's other personality is called Agrora when she enters combat mode. Her other personality is called Agrora. Wu Yen didn't try to hide anything from Charlotte. He explained it to her in a straightforward manner. Nagisa can use her own power, but she has never participated in a battle before. Therefore, Nagisa can use her own power. In battle, Agurola will be able to bring out her true strength. Automatons have dual personalities? Charlotte couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Your automatons are all rare breeds, rare species? It was Wu Yan's turn to be confused. Ikaros has a defense that even Sigmund's demon sword couldn't penetrate. Astria is an expert in swordsmanship and her speed is astounding. Natsuki's magic is unpredictable and hard to defend against. They are all powerful existences on their own. Charlotte said softly as she looked at the group of girls who were having a good time under the shade of the tree. Up until now, I've never failed when using the magic sword, because Sigmund's body is heavy and bulky. I've always been suppressed by others using speed, but none of them were so fast that I couldn't react in time. However, those two angels managed to do it. The most shocking one is Natsuki. Charlotte stared at Natsuki. Magic related to space is the highest level of magic. Even if it is turned into a magic circuit and installed in an automaton, the burden of activating it is huge. If the user isn't strong enough, they won't be able to activate the magic circuit. And this is when the magic is dissected. For example, there are spatial transference, spatial distortion, spatial fissure, and so on. Charlotte looked at Natsuki in a different light. But Natsuki seems to be able to use all the magic related to space. Under such circumstances, the magic circuit in her body is like a spider web that is dissected one by one. Activating the magic circuit is like reassembling them one by one and activating them one by one. Charlotte turned around. She looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. To be able to control such a complicated automaton so easily, your technique and magic power are amazing. You are stronger than I expected. Wu Yen bitterly laughed inside when he heard that. That's true. However, Natsuki doesn't have a magic circuit in her body and the magic isn't controlled by him. It is all Natsuki's doing. Even if Charlotte is impressed by Natsuki's ability to use space magic, she should be impressed by Natsuki, not Wu Yen. Wu Yen only provided her with magic power. Other than that, he didn't do anything else. But, even if Wu Yen told her that, she probably wouldn't believe him, right? After all, although the magic circuit could usually be controlled by the automaton itself, and the puppeteer was only responsible for providing mana and activating it, the truly complex and difficult magic could only be controlled by the puppeteer itself in order for it to be effective. For example, if Sigmund's magic sword was controlled by the magic circuit and used by himself, it could shoot out tens or hundreds of flares at once. However, if Charlotte is the one controlling it, then flare would rain down on her just like when she fought with Wu Yen. She can't even count how many flare there. It's not that the automaton has weaker control over the magic circuit than the user. On the contrary, the automaton is more familiar with the magic circuit than the puppeteer. However, if the user could convert mana into a form that was more acceptable to the automaton and control the magic circuit, the effect of the magic would be even better. This is a clever magic trick. A magic trick performed by both the puppeteer and the automaton. Without either side, the magic trick's power will be greatly reduced. That's why Charlotte doesn't believe that Natsuki, who can use spatial magic as she pleases, didn't have Wu Yen controlling it. I thought you were able to suppress Magnus in the morning because he wasn't serious and didn't get lucky, Charlotte said in a relaxed tone. Now I know, it's all because of your own strength. No, it's all because of Astria and Natsuki. Wu Yen shook his head and sighed after being praised by Charlotte. If he was the one who did it, the praise would be reasonable. However, it was the girls who did it. Wu Yen only provided the magic power. Taking all the praise that should have belonged to the girls, Wu Yen felt a bit uncomfortable. But I'm sure of it. While Wu Yen was feeling conflicted, Charlotte turned around and stared at Wu Yen like a predator staring at its prey. If I can defeat you with all 5 automatons, I will definitely be able to defeat Magnus and become the Demon King. Charlotte stood up and pointed at the stunned Wu Yen. So, from today onwards, you will be my training partner. Huh? Wu Yen flinched when he heard Charlotte say that as if it was a matter of fact. Then it's decided. Charlotte didn't give Wu Yen a chance to change his mind. She carried Sigmund and ran out of the forest. Tomorrow at the same time, remember to come and practice with me. After saying that, Charlotte went into the forest and disappeared. Wu Yen stared blankly at the direction Charlotte left in and didn't react for a long time. Not far away, Under the shade of a tree, Natsuki, who is holding a teacup, glanced at Wu Yen, who is standing there dumbfounded. She humphed. Looks like I've been pestered by a rather troublesome little girl, sensei. Kanon heard Natsuki's words and she started to worry. He should be fine? I don't know, who knows? Natsuki closed her eyes and picked up her teacup. She continued to leisurely enjoy her black tea. Perhaps this is a good thing for him, but I can't say for sure. Chapter 1584. Dang, thing. In the evening at dusk, the solemn sound of a bell reverberated from the tallest clock tower in the entire Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, turning into an invisible sound wave that gradually spread out. Amidst the melodious chimes of the bell, Wu Yen is walking alone in a corridor of the central lecture hall of Walpurgis Wang Liji Academy. Just now, Wu Yen received a notice that the academic test for new students is about to begin. The venue for the examination was the central lecture hall of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Only after participating in the test will the academy give Wu Yen a uniform and arrange a dorm room for him. That's why even though Wu Yen didn't care about his ranking in Walpurgis Academy and didn't want to participate in the night party, he still had to come here as a formality. It's said that new students who don't participate in the test will have their enrollment revoked. It was clearly just a test, and if they didn't participate, they would even lose their status as a student. With such harsh rules, only the Walpurgis Royal School of Engineering could stand up to such standards. Even though he was unwilling, Wu Yen had no choice but to come. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon stayed in their dorm room to pack up the things they bought after coming to the academy. After all, after the test, Wu Yen will be assigned to a dorm room and move out of there. The students have already finished their classes. They might even have finished their dinner by now. There's not a single person in the dimly lit hallway. Wu Yen could clearly hear the sound of their footsteps. It could also be heard clearly in the surroundings, making the atmosphere a little creepy. Under these circumstances, Wu Yen walked in a straight line until he reached the end of the corridor. Then, he abruptly made a turn and walked into another corridor. According to the staff member who came to inform them, the testing location was right in front of this corridor. The moment he turned into the corridor, Wu Yen heard a conversation. I can't stand it, I just had a train crash. I didn't even get a chance to rest and now I have to take the test. At least give me some time to prepare and take a stroll around the academy. Absolutely not. But Leijun will definitely do something perverted with some vixen. That's why I have to forbid him. Just how perverted am I in your heart? Ugh. I don't want to be perverted with Yaya. I can't believe he's interested in a vixen on the streets. I just came to the academy, okay? Can't you just stay by my side? I never said I came to the academy to look for a lover. Darling. I really should tie Leijun up with a chain and tie him at home. Don't only react to sensitive words. Also, do you think I'm a dog? Hearing this, Wu Yen stopped in his tracks. He raised his eyes and looked forward. Then, a man and a woman stood in front of a door. They entered Wu Yan's field of vision. It was a man and a woman who were having a heated conversation. The man seemed to be a freshman, but he was already wearing a uniform. A military belt was hanging around his waist. The belt was like a holster. There were daggers, flashlights, talismans, magic stones, and other magic tools in it. He looked like he was about to undergo wilderness survival training. It was very eye-catching. From his face, he could faintly see a bit of immaturity. The man's age was about 16 or 17, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. The lines of his body were sharp. Obviously, at such a young age, he had already experienced a lot of wind and rain. Beside the man, there was a woman. It was a girl wearing a kimono. The kimono was pitch black, with some golden edges and red ribbons in some places. It was very small, and the hem was like a short skirt. Under the constant blowing of the wind, a pair of white thighs were faintly discernible. The girl's hair was also black. It was long and straight to the waist. Her exposed shoulders were as white as snow and full of luster. It was simply not like a human girl should have. What left the deepest impression on people was still the young girl's face. No matter how you looked at it, it was like a delicate work of art. A pretty face that was carefully carved by someone, like a doll. This girl was most likely a Titan. From the conversation between the two, the man's name was Lei Zhen, and the woman's name was Yaya. Looking at the couple who didn't seem to notice his arrival and are still engaged in an intense conversation, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. This man and woman, Wu Yan naturally knew. They were the male and female protagonists of this world's original plot. The original plot also started when they came to Smart City and entered Walpurgis Wang Li Academy to study. The time Wu Yan entered the dungeon world was the day before the plot started. After spending a day at the Walpurgis Wang Li Machine Learning Academy, the plot of the original novel was officially announced to have begun. Please, let me calm down a little so that I can focus on the test later, okay? Then, do you need Yaya to help Lei Zhen calm down? Although I don't know what you're going to do, but let me listen. Yaya's body is the coldest in the world. As long as I throw myself into her arms, Lei Zhen's head will definitely cool down. It's my fault for choosing to listen to you. You better get out of my way. The smile in Wu Yan's eyes was instantly wiped clean by this conversation. It was replaced by twitching eyes. This pair, are they really here to be funny? Lei Zhen seemed to have noticed something. His sharp gaze shot to the other side of the corridor, Wu Yan. Under Lei Zhen's sharp gaze, Wu Yan took a step back and said calmly, "Sorry for the interruption, please continue." Lei Zhen's sharp eyes suddenly collapsed, and he began to explain in a panic. "Student, you misunderstood, we're definitely not what you think." "Really, Lei Zhen?" The girl named Yaya suddenly held her cheeks and said shyly, "How can you be so bold in front of others?" "Who's bold in front of you? Who is it?" Lei Zhen shouted hysterically. Wu Yan laughed dryly and didn't say anything. "Be quiet." Suddenly, the door next to Lei Zhen and Yaya was opened. A cold and impatient voice came. It startled everyone. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the open door. The next moment, a rather cold and elegant figure appeared in front of the door. It was a woman with bright red hair combed in a bun on top of her head. The woman's eyes were blue, and there was an intellectual light that was so cold that it seemed to have a low temperature. She was wearing a teacher's uniform with a pair of glasses on her face. This was a woman who looked like a famous professor from somewhere no matter how one looked at her. "I'm Professor Kimberly of Mechanical Physics." The cold and elegant woman named Kimberly said in an extremely cold tone. "Although there are many professors in the school and I don't have the right to speak, I still have the right to kick out a noisy guy who hasn't even entered the school." Hearing this, Lei Zhen and Yaya almost reflexively stiffened their bodies. "Mph." Kimberly snorted coldly. She looked like she was in a bad mood, but from the calm blue eyes behind her glasses, it was clear that she was just saying it casually. From the looks of it, this was a woman with a cold personality. Kimberly first glanced at Lei Zhen and Yaya, then looked away as if she lost interest. She turned to the other side of the corridor and looked at Wu Yan, who was standing there yawning. When Kimberly saw Wu Yan, her cold eyes flashed with a strange light. "Enough," Kimberly said coldly as she shifted her gaze away without leaving a trace. "You're here for the test, come in." After that, Kimberly stepped aside to make way for them. Wu Yan and Lei Zhen looked at each other and they walked towards the door at the same time. Wu Yan didn't know if it was an illusion. He had a feeling that Kimberly's gaze was fixed on him the whole time. Chapter 1585. Time passed quietly. In the central lecture hall of Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, a door opened without warning in a dark corridor. Inside the door, two boys walked out slowly with light footsteps. However, the two of them had completely different expressions. One lowered his head with a gloomy face. His whole person exuded a heavy atmosphere, making people's hearts sink involuntarily. The other was a sharp contrast. His face was sloppy, even yawning, but there was a hint of helplessness in his wine-red eyes. That Ya, who had been waiting in the dark corridor, came over the moment she heard the sound of the door opening. Looking at Lei Zhen's gloomy expression, she seemed to have a bad feeling and didn't know what to say. Lei Zhen didn't say anything, silently handed a report in his hand to Yaya. Ye lowered her head and looked at the contents of the report card. Then her eyes widened and she exclaimed, 1235th place. Because Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was the highest school in the magic world, the fees were high, the threshold was high, and the requirements were harsh. Therefore, the entire Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy, as of just now, only 1235 students were enrolled. Now, with the addition of Wu Yan and Lei Zhen, there were only 1,237 people. That is to say, with the results just obtained, Lei Zhen, who was ranked 1235, was third from the bottom. It's the second from the bottom. However, on the side, Wu Yan said this and raised the report in his hand. I heard from Professor Kimberly that in the academy, there was a student who handed in a blank paper in every periodic test. So, he is the same as me, first from the bottom. Lei Zhen is second from the bottom. Hearing this, Lei Zhen didn't get any comfort at all. His face was still gloomy. No words. Third from the bottom? Second from the bottom? The difference between these two results. For Lei Zhen, there was no difference at all, because his goal. But compared to this despair-inducing ranking, it's much more. Compared to Lei Zhen's gloomy expression, Wu Yan was particularly casual. He didn't care at all about the results in his hands, which made Yaya hesitate and carefully asked, "Don't you care about your results?" Wu Yan seemed to be a little surprised that Yaya suddenly talked to him, but he still nodded. For me, this kind of results on paper are meaningless. If you want to rely on the ranking to get something here, then use your strength to fight for it. After all, this academy is more realistic than us. Wu Yan raised the report in his hand carelessly and grinned. For the academy, if the puppet users have extraordinary strength, then even if their theoretical results are terrible, they won't care at all. In fact, they might even open the door for them, won't they? You're right. Lei's expression suddenly, his gloomy expression and gloomy. This is an academy that nurtures excellent puppeteers. As long as you have strength, it's fine. The two last-place students in the academy are comforting each other. It's so touching I want to cry. At this moment, Kimberly also walked out of the door. She glanced at the three people standing in the corridor with cold eyes and spoke sarcastically. But I'm not as happy as you guys. You don't have to use that kind of tone. Yaya glared at Kimberly angrily. It's not like the results will affect you. Unfortunately, it just has to affect me, Kimberly said in an indifferent tone. After all, I've just officially become the teacher of the two last-place students. Teacher? Wu Yan and Lei Zhen were stunned. Indeed, as you said, this is a school that specializes in nurturing outstanding puppet users. If a student is strong enough, then the school will turn a blind eye to his theoretical results and won't expel him. Kimberly pushed up the glasses on her face. However, after 4 years of classes, if you want to get a graduation certificate, you must have enough credits. So, even if you think that you have strength that others can't reach, you have to work hard to earn credits for me, those who are at the bottom of the rankings. Your dormitory is in Tortoise Hut. It's where the third-rate students with the worst grades in the academy gather. Kimberly snorted and turned her head away. I've already talked to the warden, you just have to go and get a bed. With that, Kimberly turned around as if she was planning to leave. Wait, Teacher Kimberly. Lei Zhen looked at Kimberly's back and suddenly called out. I have a question I want to ask you. Question? Kimberly turned around, her expression was still cold. Although I think you'll have a lot of questions with your grades, I'll tell you what you want to know in class. If you want to solve your problems, then go to class. What I want to ask is not about your studies. Lei Zhen's eyes suddenly sharpened. If I want to join the night meeting, what should I do? Kimberly showed surprise on her face. Wu Yan stopped yawning, his wine-red eyes showing a hint of contemplation. Only the top 100 students can attend the night party. Kimberly turned her gaze to the report card in Lei Zhen's hand. As for your results, they should have been clearly written on it, right? As far as I know, there's not much time left before the night meeting begins, and there's only one time left for the examination of the results. For new students like us who entered the school halfway, doesn't this mean that we only have one chance? Lei Jin laughed as if he was torturing himself. He teased Jiang Qin. Besides, teacher just said that the purpose of this academy is to cultivate excellent puppeteers. If you're strong enough, the academy will turn a blind eye to your grades. Then, there should be puppeteers with bad grades who can join the night meeting, right? Kimberly looked at Lei Jin coldly. This academy is the highest academy in the magic world. Just graduating is enough for a puppeteer to have a meteoric rise. Why would you want to join a bloody banquet? Of course. Lei Jin said without hesitation. Of course it's to become the Demon King. Kimberly fell silent. Wu Yan, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, shook his head, sighed, and looked at Lei Jin. There is only one purpose for the night meeting, and that is to select the best puppet user in a generation that is held every 4 years. It's a place where the strong preys on the weak more than the cruel forest. Therefore, if a person who is qualified to participate is defeated by a person who is not qualified in a skillful battle, with just one sentence, Lei Jin and Yaya instantly understood the meaning of it. Snatch someone else's participation. Lei Jin fell silent. What? Kimberly said sarcastically. You can't even bring yourself to snatch someone else's participation? No. No. Lei Jin's expression became firm. I'm sorry, but I must qualify for the night meeting. Not bad at all. Kimberly sized up Lei Jin. Then she looked at Wu Yan with a profound look in her eyes. Of course, if you have the same strength as the last place here, you might be able to qualify. Him? Lei Jin and Yaya froze and looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan blinked his eyes in bewilderment. He had a nonchalant attitude about this matter. What do you mean? I'm also a new student, right? It's a pity that you're a new student. Now, the entire academy probably knows you. Kimberly smiled for the first time. She smiled as if she saw an interesting toy. After all, you're the one who taught the number one genius in the history of the academy a lesson before you even entered the academy. Taught the number one genius a lesson. Lei Jin and Yaya widened their eyes. Teacher. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. You've been observing me because you knew about this, right? Oh. Kimberly raised an eyebrow. You are indeed quite capable to be able to sense my gaze. However, the night meeting and your strength have nothing to do with me. I'm only concerned about whether you can get enough credits to pass the course so that I can get my bonus. With that, Kimberly turned around and walked away. Do your best. Last place students. In an instant, the corridor fell into a state of silence. Chapter 1586. Valpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, Main Street. Walking on the main street, Wu Yan looked at the report card in his hand and scratched his face in distress. Last place. This result was within Wu Yan's expectations. After all, Valpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy was a school that nurtured puppeteers. Most of the content taught there was related to magic tricks. Wu Yan, on the other hand, knew nothing about magic tricks other than the theory behind them. Therefore, in the knowledge test just now, he gloriously handed in a blank paper, becoming the true last place. Of course, Wu Yan didn't care about the theory test at all, just like what he did in the Central University lecture hall. The real reason that caused him to reveal a distressed expression was because from the beginning, 2 pairs of eyes that seemed to be able to pierce through one's skin had been tightly locked onto him, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. I say, Raisin-san. Wu Yan stopped and he turned around. He looked at Raisin and Yaya who were staring at him. If there's anything you're dissatisfied with, you can say it directly. Let's set things straight. Since the academy is so big, it's fine if we don't meet again. Or if you want to challenge me to a duel, I don't have a problem either. But can you please stop staring at me? You misunderstood. You misunderstood. Lei Jin didn't move his eyes away. Instead, his gaze sharpened and the corner of his mouth curled up. I'm not unhappy with you. However, I'm very interested in the one-on-one that you mentioned. In other words, Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. You heard from Kimberly that I defeated the number 1 student in the academy, so you want to prove your strength by defeating me, right? My goal is to become the Demon King. Lei Jin didn't try to hide anything as he stared at Wu Yan. On the other hand, the top student of the academy is the puppet user who is most likely to become the Demon King. If you can defeat him, then as long as I can defeat you, it will prove that I have the ability to become the Demon King, right? What do you mean by that? Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. If you can't defeat me then? If you can't defeat me, then prove that you don't have the ability to become the Demon King. Will you give up? Of course not. Lei Jin said without hesitation. I won't give up on becoming the Demon King. Then your provocation this time is meaningless. Wu Yan sneered. After all, regardless of whether you defeat me or not, you will still attend the night gathering, right? Lei Jin was speechless. Wu Yan. Also, there's one thing you're wrong about. Wu Yan slowed down. He shrugged. I didn't defeat the number 1 student in the academy. It was just that they had the upper hand in a skirmish. If we really fight, we don't even know if we can win against them. But that's enough to prove that you're quite strong. Lei Jin looked at Wu Yan seriously. Teacher Kimberly said so. If I have the same strength as you, then it shouldn't be hard for me to qualify for the night gathering, right? Wu Yan cursed Kimberly in his mind. This cold and elegant teacher who doesn't even seem to have any reaction to being teased really knows how to find trouble for others. Lei Jin, your goal is to qualify for the night gathering, right? Wu Yan sighed and raised his hand. But please look carefully. I don't have any gloves, so I'm not a participant of the night gathering. Even if you defeat me, you won't be qualified to join the night gathering. Lei Jin stopped talking and stared at Wu Yan, silently telling Wu Yan that he hasn't given up on the idea of fighting Wu Yan. Wu Yan closed his eyes when he saw Lei Jin's expression. Then, he opened his eyes and his wine-red eyes were filled with a cold expression. Enough is enough, second from the bottom. As Wu Yan's voice sounded, a terrifying mana storm violently surged from Wu Yan's body like a physical impact. Dong! Before Lei Jin and Yaya could react, the mana storm hit them mercilessly, and they were blown away as if they had been hit by a wall. Lei Jin and Yaya's faces turned pale. They quickly stabilized their bodies and somersaulted on the ground. Their heels rubbed against the ground and they slid about 10 meters away. Lei Jin and Yaya looked up at Wu Yan, who was violently surging with mana storm like a stormy sea. They were shocked. I'm not afraid of challenges, but I hate trouble. Wu Yan's emotionless voice came from the center of the storm of mana. I will tell you clearly, I will not participate in the night party, so even if you have your eyes on me, it is useless. However, if you insist on challenging me, I won't mind, as long as you are not afraid of hurting your own confidence. As soon as Lin Yun's words fell, the shockwave of mana gradually subsided, and the storm of mana also gradually dissipated. When everything returned to normal, Wu Yan was nowhere to be seen at the epicenter of the storm of mana. Only Lei Jin and Yaya were left at the scene. They looked at Wu Yan's original position with cold sweat on their cheeks. Lei Jin. Yaya lowered her head in shame. Sorry, I did not react in time. I understand now. Yaya. Lei Jin was still looking straight ahead with a forced smile. With such a terrifying magic power, even if that last place is not outstanding in magic tricks, he might still be stronger than me. Saying this, Lei Jin let the cold sweat slide down his face, and his knees trembled imperceptibly. He was afraid. The puppeteer's automaton relied on the puppeteer's magic power to survive. Without the mana provided by the puppeteer, the automaton would not only slow down, it might even shut down all of its senses and enter a dormant state. Therefore, for an automaton, the most important thing was none other than magic power. In this case, if a puppeteer had powerful mana, then even if the automaton's performance was poor and its magic circuit was weak, it could still use high mana output to make the automaton perform at a level that ordinary puppeteers could not match. Lei Jin had not seen Wu Yan's true strength. Lei Jin understood one thing when he saw this terrifying and unimaginable amount of magic power. Just now, if they had really fought, then his chances of winning would not have been more than 1%. In fact, if Wu Yan was also good at magic, then Lei Jin would have been defeated in an instant. Even if Lei Jin did his best in the battle. Even if Yaya was the most advanced automaton, she would still be able to do it. Even if Lei Jin could perform at 120% of Yaya's performance. Even if he could come up with a cunning strategy to exploit the enemy's weakness. Is there a 10% chance of winning? In this world, there is no lack of talented people. The overwhelming difference in strength made Lei Jin feel as if the ground under his feet had turned into mud, causing him to sink continuously, and his smile became weak. Compared to those who are truly talented, I am just a dabbler. Yaya was speechless when she heard Lei Jin's self-deprecating words. She felt inferior to her own talent. She even felt despair. This is not the first time Lei Jin showed such feelings. After all, Lei Jin always thought he had no talent. As for Lei Jin, it had only been 2 years since he started to cultivate magic and practice his skillful magic. If he wants to win against those who started practicing magic and puppeteers from a young age, he has to put in more effort. If Raisin and Yaya knew that it hasn't even been a year since Wu Yan started cultivating his magic power, what would they think of him? As for magic, that's even more impossible. Taking a deep breath, Raisin closed his eyes. Wu Yan and a silhouette wearing a silver mask appeared in his mind at the same time. He spoke in a somewhat confused tone. Can I surpass them? Chapter 1587. When the sun once again shone upon the world and sprinkled down the radiance of life, the Walpurgis Wangli Robotics Academy was once again bustling with noise and excitement. In the corner of the academy, there was a student dormitory. This was a dormitory that was comparable in size to a hotel, and there was a courtyard in front of the door. The flower beds and old trees swayed gently in the breeze, and a street for people to pass through passed through. The old stone bricks seemed to be telling others about the years it had been through, and it gradually extended forward and connected to the door of the student dormitory. From the perspective of the environment, although this dormitory was a bit old, but in terms of size and design, it was comparable to some of the more famous hotels outside. It should be quite good to live in this dormitory. Even so, this dormitory that was not too bad was the smallest, oldest, and least welcomed dormitory in the entire Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Tortoise Hut. This was the dormitory that only the group of students who ranked last in the Walpurgis Wangli Academy would be arranged to live in. In other words, the students who lived in this dormitory were either problem children or poor students who fell behind others in the development of puppeteers. It was a dormitory that belonged to the poor students of the academy. Because the Tortoise Hut was the dormitory for the poor students, the academy gave the worst treatment. From the outside, the dormitory looked a bit old, but it was still the dormitory of the highest academy in the magic world, so it definitely wouldn't be shabby. A dormitory room was as big as the living room of an ordinary family, and there was a desk, a wardrobe, and 2 double beds against the wall. It was much better than the treatment of a normal hotel. Of course, because the Tortoise Hut was the dormitory for the poor students, some rooms that weren't used often would inevitably have some mold, and dust would cover the floor. The ceiling was still cracked. At the very least, the room that was assigned to Wu Yan was like this, but now, the room that belonged to Wu Yan. However, it was completely different. He didn't know when. The cracked ceiling was all repaired, and together with the surrounding walls, they were all painted new. The pink and white wall paint shone brightly, making the whole room extremely bright. The dust on the floor disappeared in just one night, making the wooden floor look shiny and translucent. There was also an expensive carpet on the floor, and the curtains were replaced with new ones. It looked like the room of a noble. It could be considered luxurious. Not only that, but there was also some furniture in the room. There were potted plants and fresh flowers placed on top of the furniture. The fragrance replaced the musty smell that had originally permeated the room, making people feel much better. Karos, Nagisa, and Kanon were the main reason why this shabby dorm room had undergone such a huge transformation. Nagisa was a clean freak. Looking at the musty, dusty, and old room, how could Nagisa possibly live there? And so, under Nagisa's orders, Ikaros and Kanon's help, the three girls tidied up the room inside and out. They also bought some paint and painted the walls and ceiling. The room was completely renovated. As for the furniture, potted plants, vases, carpet, and curtains, they were all bought by Natsuki. Natsuki looked like she was only 10 years old, but on Itagami Island, whether it was the Academy's office or home, everything was more luxurious than the average person. She was a true noble. Natsuki didn't have any particular requirements for this temporary residence, but she didn't want it to be too shabby. So, she brought Astria along with her and went out to buy some decorations to decorate the place. In any case, Wu Yen doesn't lack money. After exchanging some gold coins for some paper money, he distributed some to each of the 5 girls so that they can spend as they please. Therefore, a room that was more luxurious than the other student dormitories, regardless of the size of the room, was born. Originally, the student dormitory in Tortoise House was 2 people per room. 2 students would live in the same dormitory. That's why there are 2 double beds in the room. On the other hand, Wu Yen has 5 automatons that need a place to stay as well. One room isn't enough to begin with. If another roommate moves in, especially if it's a guy, it's going to be very inconvenient. Due to this, the dormitory supervisor generously let Wu Yen stay in the room alone. He patted his chest to prove that he wouldn't arrange another roommate for Wu Yen. Judging from the dormitory supervisor's enthusiasm, he probably knows about Wu Yan's short fight with Magnus and he won. That's why he's so friendly. Now that he has a dorm room and the exam is over, Wu Yen is officially a student of Walpurgis Wangli Machine Learning Academy. In the morning, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon stood in a row. Their gazes were focused in front of them. Over there, Wu Yen is wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers. Over the white shirt is a black leather jacket with a singlet style over it. He has already changed into his student uniform and is adjusting his collar while spreading his hands. How is it? Is it okay? It suits you very well, Sensei. Nagisa was the first to call out. Her big round eyes glowed brightly as she smiled happily. Nagisa-sensei is wearing a student uniform and going to school as a student. It feels weird. That's why you shouldn't call me sensei, people will find it weird too. Wu Yen smiled at Nagisa and Kanon. You can just call me by my name, just call you by your name? Nagisa and Kanon looked at each other in confusion. If that's the case, Kanon said hesitantly, it will feel even weirder. Nagisa lowered her head. She mumbled Wu Yan's name a few times. Then she cupped her face and she blushed. Oh no. Nagisa will be shy. Why don't we all call him Master with me and Ikaro-sensei? Astria said excitedly. That way, everyone will be the same. I'll pass. Natsuki glared at Wu Yen. I won't call you Master. I thought so too. Wu Yen shrugged. He rolled his eyes and smiled at Nagisa and Kanon. How about you call me Oniai-chan? Oniai-chan? Oniai-chan. Nagisa jumped. Won't that make me even more shy? Oniai-chan. Oniai-chan. Kanon blushed and whispered. If Sensei Oniai-chan is happy, that's fine too. Then it's decided. Wu Yen felt refreshed. Then Nagisa and Kanon will call me Oniai-chan. Nagisa and Kanon blushed furiously. Master? Ikaros tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve. She looked at Wu Yen with a pair of indigo eyes that exuded a pitiful aura. Master, do you like people calling you Oniai-chan? I can call you Oniai-chan too. Astria puffed up her chest and looked at Wu Yen with hope. Is that okay, Master? Wu Yen felt an itch in his heart when he heard this. He wanted to nod and agree, but Natsuki shot him a cold glare. Don't get carried away. I think it's fine. Wu Yan's expression froze. He laughed dryly. Ikaros, Astria, you can continue to call me master. Yes. Natsuki retracted her cold gaze. Wu Yen sighed in relief. He looked at the girls. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon changed into new outfits. Her upper body was white with red edges, and her shoulders were bare, revealing her smooth shoulders. Her top was pulled down to her ankles, and her lower body was covered by a red short skirt. Her thighs were covered by a pair of white high socks, and her feet were wearing long boots. Wu Yen had the system extract images from his memories to replicate this outfit. It's an item that won't break no matter what kind of battle he goes through. Of course, this outfit won't break, it doesn't have any defensive capabilities. Looking at the girl's attire, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel nostalgic. After all, this is what Asuna used to wear when she was still the vice leader of the Knights of the Blood in Sao. Last night, Wu Yen wanted to exchange some clothes for the girls so that they wouldn't get damaged in a fight. Asuna's outfit popped into his mind. For Wu Yen, Asuna's graceful fighting style in Sao is probably the one that left the deepest impression on him. Alright. Wu Yen got rid of his longing for Asuna and he stood up. He spoke in a high-spirited manner. Let's go eat at the student cafeteria first. Let's go to class after that. The cheerful response echoed in the luxurious room. At this moment, a voice echoed in the dormitory from outside the room. A student from our dorm is going to challenge Magnus, the #1 student of the academy. Wu Yen and Ko fell silent when they heard this voice. Chapter 1588. Walpurgis Wang Li Academy, Main Street. Right now, there's only half an hour left before class starts. However, in one of the corners of the main street, several hundred students had gathered on both sides and were pointing at the main street, causing an uproar to break out. On the main street surrounded by students, a boy wearing a boy's uniform with a military belt on his waist and a girl wearing a black kimono looked forward with a twisted face. This boy and girl are the same as Wu Yen, the new student Raisin and his automaton, Yaya. In front of Lei Zhen and Yaya, there was a man with a silver mask on his face and a cloak over his student uniform. His whole body exuded an astonishing sense of oppression. He was accompanied by 2 girls in black dresses with curtains hanging in front of their faces. The #1 genius in the history of the academy, Magnus. Just like not too long ago, the #1 puppet user, who occupied the top position among all the students in the academy, was once again provoked by a freshman. If they had seen this scene a few days ago, the students of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy would have definitely treated the new student who challenged Magnus as an overconfident joke. But now, with the rumor of a new student defeating the #1 in the academy, the students more or less suppressed the disdain in their hearts and started to point at Raisin. Among the crowd gathered at the corner of the main street, one of the corners was unusually empty. Not a single student moved in this direction. Because there's a girl who everyone fears, who has the nickname T-Rex, standing there. Idiot, an idiot so stupid that it makes people pity him, an idiot so stupid that it makes people think he's cute. An idiot so stupid that it makes people want to laugh. A small dragon stood on her shoulder. Charlotte looked at Lei Zhen, who was confronting Magnus, and spat out harsh words. Seriously, are all the new students this arrogant? Why do they like to challenge the #1 monster in the academy? Don't say that, Charles. Sigmund, who was standing on Charlot's shoulder, shook his head. Maybe. This kid can be like him. Show off a shocking battle prowess? Do you think there are so many freaks in the world? Charlotte's tone became indignant. Last place in the academy, but not long ago he completely suppressed the #1 in the academy. Where did such a freak come from? That's true. Sigmund's tone was still calm. Furthermore, he had also revealed some unknown facts. Didn't you sacrifice your self-study time last night to ask about that freak's results? I didn't ask about it. Charlotte's indignant expression turned into panic as she quibbled. I just wanted to rest, so I asked around. Is that so? Sigmund's voice was laced with a hint of a smile. Then, why do we still need to find out which dormitory and room he's in after finding out his results? It's to make it easier to find him. Then why did you specifically write down all the things you heard in a book? That's also to prepare for the night meeting, to collect information. But didn't he say that he doesn't attend the night party? Shut up. Charlotte's embarrassment turned into anger as she slapped Sigmund's shoulder. Be careful, or I'll replace all your chicken with corn. Facing Charlotte's slap, Sigmund nimbly flew up, dodging Charlotte's slap and asking a sharp question. You're interested in him, right? That's not true. Charlotte shouted angrily. I don't have that kind of perverted feelings for him. Perverted feelings? As soon as Charlotte finished speaking, a voice sounded behind her. Who do you have perverted feelings for? He put on his uniform and brought the 5 girls with him. Wu Yen walked over to Charlotte with a new set of clothes. Charlotte was stunned when she saw Wu Yen in his uniform. It seems like she hasn't gotten used to it yet. When she saw the group of young ladies dressed in white, red-edged blouses and red miniskirts, Charlotte revealed a stunned expression. Not only Charlotte, all the students were captivated by Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon's white figures. Originally, these young ladies already possessed breathtaking beauty. Now, coupled with their heroic outfits, they simply looked like beautiful commanders of an army. Not only were they beautiful, they also gave off a valiant feeling. They were so dazzling that no one dared to look directly at them. Looking at the 5 beautiful young ladies, even Charlotte couldn't help but exclaim. It's really a blessing that you've accumulated over several lifetimes to have 5 automatons like this. I'll take it that you're exaggerating. Wu Yen looked at the main street. Whoosh, as if it was planned, when Wu Yen looked at the main street, several figures flashed by and appeared in front of Lei Zhen. It's Magnus Automaton. 6 female automatons appeared in front of Lei Zhen and pointed their sharp weapons at Lei Zhen's throat. It's just like what happened to Wu Yen not long ago. But this time, none of the weapons that were pointed at Lei Zhen's throat were bound by the chains of discipline. As for Lei Zhen's automaton, Yaya turned pale with fright on the spot, but she didn't dare to move, fearing that she would trigger the automaton and cause Lei Zhen to lose his life. Cold sweat dripped down Lei Zhen's face. His twisted expression froze. It's also a new student challenging the Academy's number 1. However, the unexpected didn't happen today. The new student was subdued by the Academy's number 1 in an instant. Seeing this, the surrounding students stopped making noise and finally began to look at Lei Zhen with disdain. How should I put it? They're a bunch of nauseating and realistic people. What an idiot! Charlotte said sarcastically. If the Academy's number 1 is so easy to deal with, the Demon King wouldn't be so hard to fight for. That was a bit reckless. Wu Yen frowned when he saw Lei Zhen being surrounded by 6 automatons with weapons at his throat. He looked at Magnus. Let him go, Magnus. The moment the voice rang out, the entire place turned into a silent space. The students first looked at Wu Yen and then at Magnus. Then, they focused their attention on the automaton that is enough to form a combat squad. They gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Magnus looked at Wu Yen and didn't look away. Magnus and the other automaton girls also focused their attention on Wu Yen. They tensed up their bodies and went on high alert. At this moment, it's as if the crowd around them disappeared, leaving only Wu Yen and Magnus in the world. The temperature in the room seemed to have plummeted. It's very frightening. After a while, Magnus retracted his gaze. His automaton seemed to have received some sort of order as it leapt away from Ryzen and stood in front of Magnus, guarding against Wu Yen. Let's go. However, Magnus turned around and left the scene with the 6 vigilant automatons. The surrounding students also seemed to have unlocked some taboo and became noisy again. Lei Zhen stared at Magnus back with hatred and anger in his eyes. He then turned around and looked at Wu Yen. He walked in front of Wu Yen. Let's have a fight. The hubbub of the crowd instantly died down. When he said this, Lei Zhen didn't look as confused as before. Instead, he looked at Wu Yen with a resolute gaze. Charlotte, who was about to mock Wu Yen, shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Wu Yen looked at Lei Zhen in the eye and he nodded after a while. As you wish. Chapter 1589. Walpurgis Royal Mecha Academy, Drill Grounds. This was one of the training grounds specially provided for the students of the Walpurgis Royal Mechanic Academy to practice and train in mechanic magic and mechanic combat. It's not much time before class starts, but the training ground is packed with people. Students gathered in groups of 2s and 3s around the center of the practice field. They looked inside the practice field and whispered to each other. At the center of the training ground, Wu Yen, Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon stood on one side. On the other side, Raisin and Yaya stood in a standoff with Wu Yen and company. Raisin's gaze swept across Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon. His chiseled face was tense and his gaze was heavy. Just like the rumors say, he has 5 automatons. So that's how it is. Only the same one-man force can suppress a one-man force, huh? My partners are more like a team than an army. Wu Yen, who was standing in front of the 5 girls, chuckled when he met Raisin's gaze. However, classmate Lei Zhen, you've done your homework quite well. You've even heard of those so-called rumors so quickly? After all, you're different from me. You're an eye-catching guy. Lei Zhen said with a fake smile. I'm just a dabbler, so I often do things that overestimate myself. If I don't do some preparation work in advance, I'll be in trouble. If I didn't prepare myself beforehand, I wouldn't have any chance of winning. That means, you've been thinking about defeating me? Wu Yen looked at Lei Zhen with a perplexed expression. But didn't I tell you before that I wouldn't attend the night party? Like I said, I'm a guy who always does things beyond my ability. Lei Zhen put his index and middle fingers together as if he was forming a hand seal. He spread out his other hand. It was aimed at Yaya, who was standing in front of him. I have my own goal. But that goal is unreachable to me, but you easily achieved it. So, let me see how far away I am from the power that can help me achieve my goal. Then, Lei Zhen's face suddenly showed a smile full of determination. My partner is the best automaton in the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of mana emerged from Raisin's palm and turned into a circle of light, gradually rippling and fluctuating. Yaya, who was standing in front of Lei Zhen, suddenly opened her eyes. Her body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of transparent fluorescent light, and the lines of her body flashed with a layer of light. Her originally harmless body was instantly filled with power, and the air around her surged slightly. Yaya, level 62. Wu Yen shook his head when he received the system feedback. Just as Raisin had said, Yaya was the best automaton in the world. To be precise, it was one of the best automaton in the world. Yaya was made by the famous automaton craftsman named Shuko Karyusai. She was the moon puppet in one of the 3 masterpieces of Snow and Moon that she was most proud of. Putting aside its magic circuit, in terms of performance alone, there were automatons in this world that were comparable to Yaya, but none that could surpass Yaya existed. Therefore, as an automaton, Yaya's strength was unquestionable. There was no way he was only level 62. Right now, Yaya's level was only 62. It was probably because Lei Zhen wasn't able to fully utilize Yaya's abilities. Many words. I told you, I didn't defeat Magnus, I just got the upper hand in a skirmish. Wu Yen mumbled to himself as he looked at the sky. Although Magnus has mobilized all his automatons, none of his automatons have activated their magic circuits or used any magic. Although I only have 2 automatons on my side, they have indeed activated their magic circuits. Lucian said with a smile, although Magnus has mobilized all his automatons, none of his automatons have activated their magic circuits. So, if we really fought Magnus, we wouldn't know who would win. Wu Yen looked at Raisin with a smirk. But I also told you, I'm not afraid of a challenge. A surge of mana erupted from Wu Yan's body. It turned into a small ray of light and entered Astria's body. Just like how she received Raisin's mana every night, Astria's body turned transparent for a moment. Her body glowed with a layer of light. Then, the power that originally belonged to her surged out of her body, freeing her from the restraints. Astrea understood after receiving Wu Yan's mana. Wu Yan wants her to make a move. An illusory square frame appeared in Astrea's crimson eyes. A pure white halo appeared above her head. A pair of pure white wings spread out from her back, stirring up a gust of wind. Before the spectators could admire her angelic posture, Astrea dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. She arrived in front of Yaya in an instant with a deafening sonic boom. A vibrating lightsaber appeared in Astrea's hand. Astrea raised the lightsaber above her head and swung it down at Yaya, who couldn't react in time. Yaya. At the critical moment, Lei Zhen, who was still on guard, reacted. Lei Zhen's eyes widened in an instant. He clenched his teeth and extracted the largest amount of magic power from his body. While letting it flow into Yaya's body, he used forcible domination. Basically, automatons were able to move on their own. After all, an automaton had its own personality and intellect. Naturally, it would also make independent judgments and actions. The so-called force domination was a method that allowed the puppeteer to forcibly control his automaton to a certain extent. Raisin used force domination to control Yaya's body and forced her to take a step back before she could react. Then, the vibrating laser lightsaber whistled from top to bottom as it brushed past the tip of Yaya's nose and slashed down. However, in the next moment, Lei Zhen and Yaya froze on the spot. Astrea, who was slashing down with her laser lightsaber a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. The sound of something breaking through the air echoed. Her afterimage elongated in the air. Raisin felt a gust of wind hitting his body. His vision turned black and a lightsaber appeared in front of him. The vibrating lightsaber was pointed at Raisin's forehead. Astrea appeared in front of Raisin with the lightsaber in her hand. She stared at Raisin with a pair of crimson eyes that sent chills down Raisin's spine. Raisin! Yaya turned around and saw Astrea pointing her lightsaber at Raisin's forehead. She froze on the spot and her expression changed. Lei Zhen looked at Astrea, who was standing in front of him. Her crimson eyes rippled. She looked cold and indifferent. Lei Zhen's eyes were filled with emotions. In the end, it turned into helplessness. Facing Magnus 6, Autonon, Lei Zhen was taken down in an instant. Against Wu Yan, a mere automaton, Raishin was captured in a single move. The gap he wanted to know about was clearly shown in front of his eyes. In the end, Raisin forced out a sentence with a bitter smile. I surrender. Chapter 1590. I admit defeat. When this sentence echoed in the air above the practice field, the whispers of the surrounding students became louder and louder. Their gazes were all focused on Wu Yan. There was a freshman who was able to control 5 automatons by himself and defeated Magnus. This rumor, even though it did spread throughout the academy, how many people actually believed it? Just like Wu Yan said, in that extremely short battle, Magnus used all 6 automatons, but none of them activated their magic circuits. Of the 5 automatons around Wu Yan, only 2 made a move. They used their magic circuits and performed magic. The other 3 automatons didn't use their full strength. That's why, with both sides holding back, even though Wu Yan is the winner of the encounter that day, if Wu Yan and Magnus were to fight for real, no one would know who would win or lose without a real fight. Plus, Magnus is the #1 student in the history of the academy. How many people would be willing to believe that such an existence would lose to a new student? So, even though the rumor of a new student defeating the #1 student in the academy spread like wildfire, it only increased Wu Yan's reputation. Almost no one actually believed that Wu Yan could defeat Magnus. And now, Wu Yan once again made a move in front of the public. He only used a single automaton. The power of this automaton shocked the hearts of all the students. Especially that speed that made people's hearts palpitate. Compared to Astrea's magic circuit that hasn't been spread yet, it left a deeper impression on the students. At this point, finally, the students in the academy understood a fact. Even if the new student with the 5 automatons didn't truly defeat Magnus, his strength would definitely be able to catch up to Magnus. At the very least, This new student's strength is definitely at the level of a 13-man. This point, there's no doubt about it. It's just as I expected. In a corner, Charlotte crossed her arms. She looked at Astrea in awe. Astrea's speed is truly astonishing. Astrea's speed is naturally fast. After all, Astrea has the highest mobility and acceleration among all the angeloids. She's the fastest among all the girls. Hinagiku was probably the only one who could match Astrea in terms of speed. Of course, that doesn't include Natsuki, who uses space to teleport. It's purely based on speed. She knew Astrea's speed was purely from her own body and not from her magic circuit. That was why Charlotte was so surprised when she saw the effects of magic. I wonder which master craftsman made Astrea to be able to make such high-quality puppets. He muttered such a sentence. Charlot lifted his foot and was just about to walk towards the middle of the training ground when another person from the surrounding crowd arrived, causing Charlot's body to freeze on the spot. Clap, clap, clap. While Astrea retreated to Wu Yan's side, the crowd clapped their hands in a pretentious manner, attracting the attention of everyone present. It's just as the rumors say, the two new students aren't simple characters. As such a voice rang out. A man in uniform walked out from the crowd. It was a woman with golden hair. His voice is clear and elegant. He looks like a handsome man. The crowd started to get excited when they saw the handsome man. The surrounding students immediately burst into an uproar. Presumably, they all knew this handsome man. Among the noisy crowd, the girls looked at him with admiration and admiration. It's not hard to imagine how popular this handsome man is among the girls. However, looking at this handsome man with a kind smile on his face, there were 3 people present who were more or less different from the others. Lei Jin sized him up. Charlotte had a strange expression on her face. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and smiled. He looked like he was mocking something. Nice to meet you. The man bowed with a friendly smile. Can I borrow some time? The boy was smiling when he said that, and he didn't seem to have any automatons with him. Wu Yan and Lei Jin looked down at the same time. They stopped at the left arm of this handsome guy with a smile on his face. There was an armband with the word, "Soar," embroidered on it with golden ribbons. In other words, this person is the disciplinary committee member of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy. In addition, he was also wearing a pair of black fingerless gloves embroidered with golden words like Charlotte's. The owner of the gloves. This person is qualified to participate in the night party. But that's not surprising. If you want to be a disciplinary committee member of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy, you need to be able to deal with some trouble. Otherwise, you won't be chosen. That's why the disciplinary committee members of the Walpurgis Royal Tactical Academy are usually the top students who have the strength to participate in the night party. It's considered a gathering camp for night party participants. The man in front of him isn't just a normal night party participant. Borrow time? Lei Jin looked at the handsome man expressionlessly. Felix Kingsford, ranked 4th in the academy. Not only is he one of the famous 13, but he's also the head of the disciplinary committee. Felix Kingsford, who is ranked 2nd to last, wants to borrow time from me? Ditto. Wu Yan shrugged and he continued in a casual manner. Last place in the academy, please. Felix had a friendly smile on his face that could make anyone soften, relax, and look harmless. However, both Wu Yan and Rai Xin expressed their resistance to him. The surrounding students went into an uproar. Some of the girls looked at Wu Yan and Lei Jin with piercing gazes. These guys definitely don't understand the saying, "The weasel pays a visit to the chicken," or, "One doesn't visit a temple for no reason." Please don't say that. Felix exclaimed in praise. Although your ranking isn't good, you're both very strong. I failed both challenges. Lei Jin glanced at Felix and mocked himself. I really don't know how you see how strong I am. After that, Lei Jin turned around and left with Yaya. Wait. Felix didn't even look at Lei Jin. He smiled calmly. I'm here to give you the qualifications to participate in the night party. Are you going to ignore me? Lei Jin's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Wu Yan pursed his lips and walked to the other side. Wait, I don't want to participate in the night party. Felix wanted to ask him to stay, but Wu Yen stopped him with one sentence without even turning his head. So, please don't look for me for troublesome matters. Leaving these words behind, Wu Yen led the girls out of the training grounds through the crowd that automatically parted to make a path for them. That idiot. For some reason, Charlotte hid in the crowd and watched Wu Yen leave. Then, she glanced at Felix, who had a helpless expression on his face. She stomped her feet in anger before she snuck out of the crowd and left the scene. On the way to the lecture hall, Natsuki suddenly spoke. That man just now, you have to be careful. Oh? Wu Yen raised an eyebrow and smiled at Natsuki. What? Did you notice something? You should say you know something, right? Natsuki glanced at Wu Yen. I haven't seen your memories of this world, but that guy gave me a bad feeling. So, I'm just reminding you, don't worry. Wu Yen chuckled. I don't mind being a mousetrap. Chapter 1591. Magicians who could control automatons, perform clever magic, and engage in clever battles were usually called puppeteers. And those who specialized in creating automatons, installing magic circuits on automatons, and even developing high-performance automatons and powerful magic circuits were called puppeteers. Although the Walpurgis Academy was a place to cultivate outstanding puppeteers and export talents to the outside world, there were also puppeteers who wanted to become puppeteers. After all, controlling automatons and making automatons were two completely different technologies. Using and making were also two completely different levels of difficulty. However, whether it was puppeteers or puppeteers, they could not do without automatons. Therefore, there were definitely many similarities. Because of this, the Walpurgis Academy, which specialized in cultivating puppeteers, also set up a course called Mechanic Technology Department. It allowed some puppeteers to learn how to make automatons. At the very least, it allowed puppeteers to understand how an automaton was created. Therefore, the students who enrolled in the Mechanic Technology Department either wanted to understand automatons and improve their skills in crafting, or they wanted to become puppeteers. In addition, in the building that exclusively belonged to the Mechanic Technology Department, it also had professional equipment that could make automatons. There were still many people who took this course. Just as night was about to fall, Wu Yen walked out of the building that exclusively belonged to the Mechanic Technology Department. He had a thoughtful expression on his face the whole time. Because the first-year students in the academy were new talents, the classes were mainly about mechanic magic. There was no division. Therefore, the Mechanic Technology Department was not in the curriculum of the first-year students. Of course, if there were first-year students who wanted to come to the Mechanic Technology Department to sit in, no teacher or professor would stop them. They would even strongly approve of it. It would lay a foundation for the students who wanted to choose the Mechanic Technology Department in the future. Under such circumstances, after Wu Yen finished his class for the day, he went to the Mechanic Technology Department to take a look. The third round of the Path of Demigod mission required 1 million Eve's hearts. And Eve's heart was an essential ingredient for automatons. Without Eve's heart, even if the automaton's performance was extraordinarily high when it was created, without life and intelligence, it was nothing more than a lifeless puppet. Therefore, the Mechanic Technology Department, which specialized in automatons, would definitely have the method to make Eve's heart. Wu Yen had Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Canon head to the student cafeteria for dinner. He took advantage of the free time after school ended to talk to Natsuki. After school, he went to the Mechanic Technology Department to take a look, hoping to get some information. Surprisingly, Wu Yen managed to get some useful information. Inside all the automatons that were used for tactical combat, they were all equipped with Eve's heart, a magic circuit that could bring life and wisdom. It was a magic circuit with a high degree of freedom. Not only was it the only magic circuit that could break through the mana imbalance principle, but it also gave the automatons intelligence and turned them into automatons. In the hands of a skilled puppeteer, it could also be used to achieve certain life reactions. For example, breathing, sweating, digestion of food, metabolism, and other functions similar to humans. In other words, the history of mechanic magic started with the invention of Eve's heart. That was the origin of mechanic magic. Eve's heart was the most common and most primitive magic circuit. There were still many mysteries and functions that had yet to be revealed. Therefore, they wanted to assemble Eve's heart from scratch and create it. So far, no one was able to do it. That is to say, it was almost impossible to create Eve's heart, but it would be easy to replicate one. In this era where automatons were widespread, no matter which workshop, there would be a device to replicate Eve's heart. They would also prepare a Eve's heart to replicate this magic circuit. It was precisely because the replication of life had become so simple that automatons could be popularized. Therefore, there were 3 ways to get Eve's heart. 1. The simplest and most violent way, snatch. No matter which automatons were equipped with Eve's heart, kill the other automatons and dig out the hearts in their bodies to obtain Eve's heart. But 1,000,000 Eve's heart meant that Wu Yen had to kill 1,000,000 automatons. Every automaton was a considerable fighting force. If he killed them carelessly, not to mention whether the automatons' puppeteers would retaliate or alert the various countries, even finding 1,000,000 automatons was not an easy task. In addition, it would definitely take a lot of time. This method was definitely not advisable. 2. The most rational and easiest way, but since there was a workshop that specialized in making automatons and selling them, it wouldn't be strange to sell Eve's heart and use it to make automatons for the puppeteers. However, not to mention how much money it would cost to purchase 1,000,000 Eve's hearts, the reason for purchasing so many Eve's hearts would also attract unwanted attention. No matter where one was, there would always be people who were dissatisfied with the country's policies, similar to terrorists. In this era where magic was popular, it wasn't strange at all that there were terrorists who were puppeteers. Under such circumstances, the sale of automatons and Eve's heart was restricted. If he really wanted to buy so many Eve's hearts, the military or the police would definitely come knocking on his door and interrogate him. Would Wu Yen tell them that he was using them to complete a mission? It would be strange if he didn't get locked up as a suspicious person. Then, there was only one last, most troublesome and most laborious method left. He had to obtain the technology to replicate Eve's heart and create an Eve's heart replication device. Then he had to get his hands on an Eve's heart and replicate 1,000,000 Eve's heart's heart. The replication technology wasn't that difficult. The technology department already knew about it. Wu Yen just had to find time to come over and learn it. If it's a copy device, he can borrow it from the IT department or he can just take a blueprint and make one himself. Then he would have to get his hands on an Eve's heart. While Wu Yen was lost in his thoughts, a figure appeared in front of him on one of the side paths of the main street. Or rather, it should be said that a figure with a group of young girls appeared there. He wore a mask on his face as usual. The mask could only cover the area above his nose. Other than that, one of his eyes was also covered, while the other was directly exposed to the air. Wearing the academy uniform and a majestic cape, that person led a group of young girls in black formal attire with a curtain hanging in front of them. Like a flash from the darkness, they slowly walked towards the mechanics and technology department school building. It was Magnus. Seeing Magnus slowly walking towards him, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes smiled. Chapter 1592. Magnus was a 4th-year student of the highest grade in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy. Magnus had already stayed in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy for 4 whole years. 4 years of time allowed Magnus to climb to the top of the academy. Not only did he have the best results in the history of the academy, he was now ranked number 1, the most promising puppet user to become the Demon King. The Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy was a place where strength was the only thing that mattered. Therefore, the academy could turn a blind eye to those students who had strength but had poor results in theory. As for those students who were not only strong but also had excellent results, the academy had no reason to not give them good treatment. As the strongest puppet user in the Walpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, and the one with the best results in history, Magnus didn't only have his own house, he also had a dedicated automaton research lab. This research lab also had all sorts of equipment for making automatons. With it, Magnus, who was a student of the mechanical engineering department, would basically stay there unless it was necessary, except during his usual classes. Today, when school was over, Magnus suddenly came to the mechanical engineering department's dormitory. Magnus didn't seem to want others to notice that he was still loitering outside at this time, so he avoided the main street and went through a small path beside the main street. He walked in the direction of the mechanical engineering department. Just as Magnus was about to reach the mechanical engineering department's dormitory, he walked out of the small path and entered the main street. As he walked towards the main door of the dormitory, he suddenly stopped. There was no other reason. Because, in front of the main door of Magnus' destination, there was a uniformed student leaning against a pillar outside the main door of the dormitory. He looked at Magnus with a pair of wine-red eyes that flickered with a scarlet luster in the dark environment. He had a faint smile on his face. This person, although they had only met once or twice and he only knew his name a few days ago, Magnus still had a deep impression of him. Because this person gave Magnus a feeling of threat that he hadn't felt in a long time. Magnus had never had such a feeling ever since he came to the academy. He was a new student who had just entered the school a few days ago. His name was Wu Yan, and he was an expert. Now, this person had once again appeared in front of Magnus. It felt different from during the day. His wine-red eyes seemed even more profound in the darkness. Even his aura became ethereal and mysterious, as if he was a king born in the night. His entire body was filled with an oppressive feeling that made Magnus' heart sink despite it being very casual. It was so deep that it almost seemed to have color, and it seemed to have turned the surroundings into a blood-red oppressive feeling. It seemed that even Magnus' team felt a shiver, and they all jumped in front of Magnus, their bodies emitting traces of mana. Oh! Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he saw Magnus' squad burning their own mana without the help of a puppet master. The faint smile on his face became even more pronounced. Being able to produce a certain amount of mana without the help of a puppet master, student Magnus. Your automatons seem to be all bandoliers. Wu Yan's words sounded like he was just casually chatting. This caused an indescribable tension to permeate the atmosphere of the entire place. Magnus' squad reacted to this tension. The mana in their body surged even more, and they also showed hostility towards Wu Yan. It seems that the extremely short battle from before had caused all 6 girls to be wary of Wu Yan. After all, that was the first time Magnus had been invincible since the birth of the squad. There was no way these automatons wouldn't be afraid of Wu Yan. And the so-called bandoliers referred to the existence of bandoliers. Automatons relied on the mana of their puppeteer to survive. Although they had magic circuits in their bodies, without mana, they were just empty shells. Automatons also couldn't produce mana on their own because the only thing that could produce mana was the bandolier. As for automatons, even if they had life and intelligence because of Eve's heart, they were still just puppets and couldn't produce mana. But the bandoliers were an exception. That was because the body of the Forbidden Doll, which was known as the Forbidden Doll, was made of human parts. They weren't the ashes or remains of the dead, but real living humans. With the bandoliers as components, the bandoliers could rely on the bandoliers to produce mana and provide mana for themselves. They were able to perform better than normal automatons, and to a certain extent, had the ability to break away from their puppeteer. Of course, the amount of mana a bandolier could produce was also very limited. It couldn't be compared to humans with mana, but it was still much stronger than automatons that couldn't break away from their puppeteer. But using the bandolier to create an automaton was already against the magician's code of ethics. It was taboo. Magnus, you're still not the Demon King. You can't break away from the International Magic Charter and the magician's code of ethics. A cruel smile appeared on Wu Yan's face as if it was carved out by a knife. If the people from the Magicians Association find out about this, you'll be sent to the guillotine. Hearing this, Magnus' squad seemed to have been provoked and wanted to make a move. However, just as the girls were about to make their move, Magnus suddenly said something like this. "You don't seem to have your automaton with you." The tension in the air instantly multiplied, and the magic power of the girls of the battle squad also surged out even more intensely. "Are you trying to kill me to silence me?" Wu Yen had a look of disbelief on his face, but in the next second he smiled calmly. "I don't mind, you can try, I see." Without waiting for his squad to react, Magnus nodded nonchalantly. "You have an automaton in your squad that can teleport, right?" This time, Wu Yen had a surprised look on his face. "You saw through it?" Magnus didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Wu Yen with his only exposed eye. "You're looking for me? I heard that you're not only an excellent puppeteer, you're also a skilled puppeteer. I'm sure you have Eve's heart on you, right?" Wu Yen pursed his lips. He didn't want to beat around the bush, and he got straight to the point. "I want to ask you for Eve's heart." Hearing these words, Magnus lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then he took out a stone from his sleeve. Magnus held the stone in his hand and infused mana into it. In the next moment, the stone in Magnus' palm emitted a resplendent light, turning into a dazzling ball of light that floated above his palm. After doing all this, Magnus tossed the glowing sphere to Wu Yen. "If there's nothing else, please forgive me for taking my leave." Leaving these words behind, Magnus walked past Wu Yen with firm steps and headed for the tech department's dormitory. Throughout the entire process, Magnus' squad was on high alert. They didn't take their eyes off Wu Yen for even a second. It wasn't until Magnus entered the school dormitory that they jumped up and followed after him. Wu Yen shook his head with a chuckle as he held the glowing orb in his hand. "What a loner!" Chapter 1593. Valpurgis Royal Mechanical Academy, an empty space deep in the forest. The empty space that was full of potholes due to the practice between Wu Yen and Charlotte had returned to its original state. The messy potholes were all filled up, and the burnt marks were all erased. The empty space was once again flat. Wu Yen was standing in the middle of the empty space with his eyes closed. His hand was stretched out in front of him, and there were ripples of magic on it. In front of Wu Yan's hand that was rippling with magic, there was a human-shaped wooden puppet. It was moving in an uncoordinated manner, twisting, swaying, and staggering like a baby learning to walk. It would not be strange if it fell down at any time. It was not an automaton, but a real wooden puppet made of wood. It was only in its human form. The joints seemed to have been deliberately cut off, and there were unconcealable grooves. Its head was only an oval-shaped piece of wood, and it did not even have a face. When it walked, it was like a skeleton, and there were kacha-kacha sounds. It was an ordinary wooden puppet that did not have a basic magic circuit like Eve's heart. In other words, it did not have self-will, which was a common thing for automatons. It was just a lifeless, dead object. However, such a dead object was now like a baby learning to walk. Amidst the kacha sounds, it twisted its stiff body and walked step by step. If one were to observe carefully, they would discover that there was a layer of dim light around the puppet that was walking crookedly, covering the joints of its body. That layer of dim light. There was no need to think. It could only be what Wu Yen was doing with his eyes closed and his hand facing the puppet. That was an advanced magic called telekinesis. It was a technique that could use magic to interfere with matter and control it with one's thoughts. Wu Yen was using such a technique. He was manipulating the puppet that had no self-control. The reason why he was doing such a thing. Of course, it was because he was practicing magic. Although the automaton had the ability to act on its own and did not need the puppeteer to control its every move, the automaton still had the ability to act on its own. In battle, the puppeteer still needed to control the automaton to a certain extent. Therefore, using telekinesis to control a puppet without self-control could not only train the puppeteer's skills, but because the puppet did not have self-control, It also consumed a lot of magic to control it. It could also improve one's magic to a certain extent. However, it was not easy for a normal puppeteer to make a puppet move. Using magic to control all the joints of the puppet and make it move as one wanted while maintaining balance. Not only did this require a lot of attention to each joint, it also consumed a lot of magic power. The burden was really shocking. Therefore, if one was not an experienced and powerful puppeteer, they would not even be able to make the puppet's hands. And to the students of the academy, this was something that was close to impossible. In the entire academy, there were no more than 10 students who could use telekinesis to make a puppet move. As for being able to make the puppet move according to his will, probably only Magnus was able to do that. Wu Yan only learned how to use telekinesis from Kimberly in a recent class. Using telekinesis to control the puppet and practice magic was something he only started doing this morning. But now, Wu Yan can force the marionette to move according to his will. If others were to know about this, they would be so shocked that their eyes would fall out. Unfortunately, there was someone who wasn't satisfied with this result at all. "Control it more smoothly for me." Natsuki frowned as she looked at the puppet that was moving in a crooked manner. "You even have the endless knowledge of tactics in your head. You can even use magic at the level of Sigh of the Dragon King and Revive Titan's Hand at will. The magic of telekinesis is only a basic magic to you, right? And you can only use it to this extent?" "No matter what, I only learned it today," Wu Yan retorted as he continued to release his mana and use telekinesis on the puppet. "I'm not a genius. The knowledge in the 103,000 Book of Witchcraft was also converted into my own memories and directly controlled. This is the first time I've practiced a magic spell by myself. How about you give me a little more time? But it's a fact that you have extraordinary magic knowledge. You also have the infinite martial arts skill that combines mind, technique, and body as one. Mastering telekinesis should be easy, right?" "That's easy for you to say." Wu Yan opened his eyes and he retracted his mana. The marionette fell to the ground with a thud. "Why don't you give it a try?" Wu Yan injected a portion of his mana into Natsuki's body. Natsuki glanced at Wu Yan and didn't say anything. She didn't even extend her hand. She just stared at the puppet on the ground and used the mana that Wu Yan sent over. A pair of sapphire blue eyes shone. In the next moment, the joints of the puppet on the ground flashed with light. It stood up with a swooshing sound, grabbed a few rocks on the ground, and tossed them into the air. Ping! His hard feet touched the ground, and with a whoosh, the wooden puppet jumped up and arrived in front of the few stones that had been thrown into the air. Then, he clenched his fists and punched out repeatedly like a gust of wind. Pung ping 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 ping. The stones were shattered one by one under the puppet's chain of punches. They exploded into gravel. Then, the puppet did a somersault in the gravel and landed on the ground agilely. Then, it posed as if it was a golden rooster. Wu Yan's mouth turned into an O shape. This might be a high-level magic trick in this world, but on Itagami Island, there are plenty of such tricks as well. It shouldn't be hard to master. Natsuki raised her parasol and walked towards the other 4 girls who were resting under the shade of a tree. "You should master telekinesis as soon as possible and train your magic tricks. That way, you won't be an amateur and we will be able to fight better. Natsuki, Ikaros, Astria, Nagisa, and Kanon can fight on their own without the puppet master's control. However, if Wu Yan can master his magic tricks better, the girls will be able to fight better. Not to mention other things, just the aspect of the transfer of mana had its own techniques. When the automaton attacked, the puppeteer could adjust his mana to be more violent. This way, the automaton's attack power would be increased. When the automaton was defending itself, the puppeteer could compress and strengthen his mana to harden it a little. That way, the automaton's defense would also increase. If the output of magic power was like the wind, slow and ethereal, it could increase the speed of the automaton. If the output mana was first accumulated and then injected into the automaton, it would significantly increase the explosive power of the automaton. These are all small tricks in magic tricks. Wu Yan realized that magic tricks can increase the combat power of the girls. While he was preparing for the third phase of his demigod path, he paid attention to the classes and studied magic tricks. That's why he's here to train his telekinesis. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's lazy personality, he would rather sleep in the dorm. As expected of a natural witch, a demon killer, who was born with the ability to control space magic. Zhang Lixing muttered to himself. Wu Yan sighed as he looked at the wooden puppet that was still in its golden rooster pose. I still have a long way to go. Chapter 1594. Due to the fact that he had to spend most of his time on PE class, the rest of the class is about the history of magic and so on, he skipped the class and practiced for the whole day. After a full day of practice, Wu Yan was finally able to use his telekinesis to make the puppet move like a real person. This speed could not be said to be slow. Perhaps, it was even faster than Magnus when he first started practicing telekinesis, and was able to control puppets to the point where he could move nimbly. However, compared to Natsuki, who could casually use her telekinesis to make the puppet leap in the air and punch a rock, it was still far from being as difficult as it used to be. Na Yu's mastery of psychokinesis magic was something that no one in the entire world could compare to, let alone the academy. And this was under the condition that Natsuki didn't waste any time cultivating her telekinesis. As a natural-born witch, Natsuki's talent in magic could be seen from this. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yan had the highest level of magic cultivation, endless knowledge of magic, and the fact that his true ancestor body improved his talent, Wu Yan wouldn't even know if he could use his telekinesis today. After all, as Wu Yan said, he wasn't a genius. In the beginning, he was just an otaku who was waiting to die. When it's almost time for school to end, Wu Yan ended his training. He led the girls who spent the whole day playing under the shade of the trees and walked out of the forest towards the student cafeteria. However, when they passed by a school building, a rustling noise attracted the attention of Wu Yan and the others. What's going on over there? The first to notice the source of the noise was Nagisa, who pointed at a corner of the school building. Everyone followed the direction Nagisa was pointing at. Wu Yan and the others all turned to look at the corner. At the back of the school building, the uniformed students gathered together, forming a human wall. The noise came from the students who were gathered there. Inside the human wall, a cordon tape was pulled open, emptying the area inside the human wall. Disciplinary committee members with armbands on their arms stood guard in front of the cordon tape, as if they were preventing the crime scene from being destroyed. Could it be that a crime has occurred? Even Canon had the same thought. She cowered in fear. No way. Nagisa seemed to be afraid as well. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand. This is an academy. How could a crime happen here? It's not a normal academy, but unfortunately, this isn't a normal academy. Natsuki held her parasol and looked at the human wall. Every student here is a puppeteer. They all have automatons and have power. Once a fight occurs, it will cause them to go overboard and commit stupid crimes. It's not surprising. Then, Astria pulled on Ikaro's hand and whispered in a whisper. Could it be a dead person over there? A dead person? Dead man. Nagisa and Canon hugged one of Wu Yan's arms. There's no sign of life. Ikaros was the only one. A pair of indigo pupils that stared at the inside of the human wall fluctuated with illusory frames and streams of light that resembled data. It's not a living being. Nagisa and Canon heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Wu Yan mused as he looked at the noisy crowd. Then he noticed a person. She was standing at the corner of the human wall. She had a little dragon on her head. She had blonde hair and was as beautiful as a fairy. At the same time, this young girl seemed to have been isolated and monopolized that place. She stood there with a straight face. Looking at the interior of the human wall, he seemed to be in a bad mood. Charlotte? Wu Yan thought of something. He sighed and led the girls towards Charlotte. Charlotte noticed the unusual footsteps. She turned her head and looked to the other side. She was stunned for a moment. "Why you here?" "I'm just passing by, I'm just passing by." Wu Yen gave her a perfunctory smile. He and the girls looked inside the cordon. Then, they saw something that made Nagisa, Kanon, and Astria gasp in shock. Next to the wall of the school building, there was a wreckage that could be called a corpse. The upper body was leaning against the wall, and the lower body was almost completely gone. From this angle, he could clearly see the cross-section of the wreckage. He could even see the abdominal cavity of the wreckage from the cross-section. However, the abdominal cavity wasn't filled with flesh and blood. Instead, the structure was rather complicated. Gears and wires leaked out from the wound. It was none other than an automaton. Looking at the gears and wires that leaked out from the abdominal cavity and the oil that looked like blood, it made the remains of the automaton look even scarier than a human body. On top of that, the lower half of the automaton's face was completely destroyed, leaving behind no trace of its original shape. There was a blood-like liquid scattered around it, as if it had been eaten by some wild beast. It was a spine-chilling sight. The most eye-catching part was the strange wound on the automaton's chest. There was a smooth hole where the heart should have been. It looked like a melted candy. Ugh. Kanon and Nagisa turned their heads away, their faces turning green. This. Astria looked like she couldn't bear to see this happen. Who the hell did this? Charlotte gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. That's the work of magic liquor. Magic liquor? It's a pest that hides in the shadows of the academy. It specializes in attacking lone puppeteers and automatons. Charlotte took a deep breath and explained. Every year in the academy, there would be a few puppeteers who would mysteriously go missing, and the automatons of these missing puppeteers would all be destroyed. Was it attacked? As an excellent attack mage officer, Natsuki, who had dealt with countless big and small matters, kept looking at the remains of the automaton and frowned. Besides, since some puppeteers go missing and automatons are destroyed every year, it should be an untargeted and indiscriminate crime, right? That's right. That's it. Charlot nodded hard as he looked at the automaton inside the cordon. Every time Ibaldi appears, a puppeteer would go missing. It would dig out or eat the automaton's Eve's heart along with its magic circuit. That is why Ibaldi is the culprit behind this automaton's destruction. Why would it do something like this? Kanon hugged Nagisa tightly. She didn't dare to look inside the cordon as she spoke in a sad tone. There's no grudge between us, right? Since there are no grudges between them, there can only be two reasons why they would do such a thing. Wu Yan sneered. Either it's a psychopath or it has a motive. For example, looking at the heart of the automaton, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a glint. They need the magic circuit that will eat it every time they attack. Put, put, put. Clap. When Wu Yan finished his sentence, the crowd applauded just like they did when he finished his fight with Lei Zhen. That's a good judgment. With such a sentence, not far away, the handsome blonde man slowly walked over with a man and a woman. Looking at the handsome man with a kind smile on his face, Charlotte was startled. Felix. It was Felix. Beside Felix were Lei Zhen and Yaya. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.